Good afternoon, everyone, and good morning to our online community in the United States. I will briefly go over just a few kind of First of all, I'm Asad Malik with the African Center for the Study of the United States. Go over just a few brief kind of housekeeping things. I've been told very specifically not to leave cups in the Senate room and not to leave them on the floor. So also, for those who are familiar, right now there is a water outage on campus in the area, which means that there are no restrooms to use. So in the process of this time, we will be deciding how to go virtual for the afternoon session. And finally, for those, as the conference goes on while we're in this room, those who are interested in asking questions, there is a button in front of your mic. Press that button to be heard. And I will stop there and hand the immediate program over to Professor Jackie Ala, who will lead us through the opening.
Yeah, you should know I'm short by now. It's okay. Welcome to everybody, both online and in Johannesburg. I give the apologies of Wekesa. He is unfortunately ill, but he obviously knew about the water outage and is probably a lot happier being at home than being here. And so the first line of business today is to invite the Wits Deputy Vice Chancellor, Lynn for Research and Innovation to come and address us.
Thanks very much, Professor Alba. It's really my great honor and privilege to welcome you all here today to this conference, this Africa United States University Networks Conference, or ASUN. And a welcome to all of our colleagues here that are in person, especially from those from the US and those from the rest of the continent. And so welcome to Wits. And as many of you have already learned today, commonly known as Wits. The University of the Witwatersrand, commonly known as Wits. And I do want to make a special welcome to our keynote speaker, Ambassador Charles Stith, who's the non-executive chairman of the African Presidential Leadership Center and chairman of the Puller Group based here in Johannesburg. Welcome. And then to our partner colleagues from the US and African universities, including representatives of the historically Black colleges and universities, we are delighted that you could join us. And to those connecting virtually from the US, other parts of South Africa and the broader continent, we send you warm digital greetings and welcome you as full participants to this conference. Your virtual presence is a reminder of how our academic engagements have adapted and actually benefited from the new normal of online meetings. So let me also acknowledge with appreciation my colleagues and students who are here at Wits. I'm confident your participation will deepen our existing collaborations and opportunities to forge new networks with our US and African partners across disciplines. But ladies and gentlemen, we meet today at a time really of profound shifts in global and domestic politics, and many of which are shaping our higher education landscape and the partnerships upon which it relies. When our African Center for the Study of the United States began planning this conference earlier this year, with several of you here present today, the tremors of change were already visible, and of course these have only intensified. In the US, recent funding cuts to global health, development, and research programs have really sent ripples through our long-standing academic partnerships. And these developments raise questions not only about the future of international cooperation, but also about the sustainability of the global knowledge ecosystem that we've all built together. And we know that these matters will surface in our conversations over the coming days, and rightly so. And as a health researcher myself, I must say the impact of these funding cuts, it's not theoretical, it's deeply personal and immediate. And at Wits, we've had long-standing partnerships with the US agencies and institutions that have helped build world-class programs in infectious diseases, public health, and biomedical research. And these relationships have not only advanced science, but also saved lives. The sudden shifts in funding are placing real pressure on our teams, our trainees, and the very infrastructure that we have built over decades. Research grants are being frozen or rescoped. Early career scientists are facing uncertainty, and collaborative studies, particularly those focused on HIV, TB, cancer, and maternal and child health, are now at risk. So it's really a sobering moment, and I think you can hear that in my voice. And one that really demands agility, solidarity, and a renewed commitment to keeping science global, equitable, and uninterrupted by political tides. But that we are gathered here, despite these headwinds, is a testament to our collective commitment and to our resilience and our innovation. The original plan to convene this conference has been sustained and perhaps even made more urgent by the unpredictable changes unfolding in government's foreign policy and international collaboration. So colleagues, the journey that brings us here today began in 2016, when we at Wits resolved to establish a center devoted to critical Africa-led scholarship on Africa-US relations. In partnership with the South African Institute of International Affairs, we founded what became the African Center for the Study of the United States, the first center of its kind on the continent, officially launched in March 2018. And allow me to recognize our colleagues from the African Center for the Study of the United States at the University of Nairobi and from the Great Lakes Center for the Study of the United States at Makerere University. These institutions have been invaluable partners as we continue advancing the goal of African-generated knowledge on the United States. And even amid today's shifting geopolitical landscape, we remain firmly committed to the founding objectives of our center, objectives that also guide this conference. And these objectives are to undertake rigorous research, teaching, and public engagement that yields critical knowledge of the United States as a nation, a society, and a global actor, with a commitment to sharing this knowledge widely through scholarly and public platforms. To embrace an inter, multi, intra, and transdisciplinary approach that honors the complexities of the issues that we study. To prioritize policy relevance, recognizing that academia must work hand in hand with industry, government, and civil society to solve the pressing problems of our time. To invest in partnerships and exchanges, such as these, because our work is enriched when we share and challenge perspectives across borders. Faculty and student exchanges in particular have become a cornerstone of this initiative. And above all, to teach and empower the next generation of African scholars and professionals, a commitment evident in the participation of our students here today. So fellow scholars, researchers, and thought leaders, we have curated a program for you that offers something for everybody, from African diaspora studies to American politics, from pedagogical innovation to speculative futures. And as Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovation, I'm particularly interested in the sessions on joint research and fundraising, themes that are more pressing than ever as we collectively navigate funding constraints and evolving institutional priorities. We hope that all our colleagues from across the disciplines and backgrounds will use this opportunity to share, listen, challenge, and collaborate. More importantly, this conference is not an endpoint. It's a launch pad for a program of action that will carry us into the next Asad edition in 2026 and beyond. But before I close, I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to the exceptional team whose dedication and vision have made this conference possible. My heartfelt appreciation goes to Dr. Bob Wekesa, who I'm very sorry is not here today, and I hope he's online, but also Dr. Asad Malik for all their hard work in putting this conference together. And thank you all for your presence and your engagement. I wish you success not only in the productive discussions that lie ahead, but in carrying the spirit of this gathering into your work, institutions, and communities. And let us continue together to build strong, enduring networks that transcend politics and geography in service of knowledge, justice, and a shared prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Morris. I now call on Professor Samia Chasi the head of partnerships, international partnerships at Wits, to come and talk. Obviously, she is well placed to be part of this meeting. So welcome.
Thank you so much, Professor Ala, and thank you for the promotion. When I arrived here, I was Dr. Chasi. Now I'm Professor Chasi. Thank you very much. Yes, I just got back from Boston. I'll tell you a little bit about some of the conversations we had there. But I would like to thank you very much, Professor Ala, for the introduction. And I would like to really start by thanking Dr. Bob Wekesa and Dr. Asad Malik for the invitation to come here and be here with you and deliver a few welcoming words. It's really a great pleasure for me to be here today. And welcome to all in the room and to those joining us online. I would like to make a few points. I have a few minutes, so I'm not going to talk for too long, but I'd like to really touch on how the conference relates to my work and also to my work not only here at Wits, but also my own research. And finally, share with you, a few connections of how I see the conversations over the next days connect to other conversations that are happening elsewhere. So as you've heard, I'm the head of the Internationalization and Strategic Partnerships Office here at Wits, or short ISPO. And this event, this conference really aligns very closely with the mandate of our office, which is to facilitate, to promote, to support institutional and strategic partnerships with a particular focus on research. We are part of Professor Morris's Research and Innovation Division. And in terms of the program that I've seen, the topics that you will address really speak to different dimensions and aspects of internationalization and related activities, partnerships and collaborations in teaching and research, study programs, including those that are jointly designed or co-delivered, funding and fundraising, as you've also highlighted, how we engage the diaspora. And also the program touches on a few what I would call cross-cutting issues or overarching issues, particularly digitalization, cultural and science diplomacy, and decolonization. And it's particularly that last point that actually most closely relates to my own research. So I'm particularly interested in critical perspectives on internationalization of higher education, very often informed by decolonial approaches. And I believe that internationalization intersects very closely and strongly with pertinent issues affecting higher education, particularly here in South Africa, including transformation, decolonization, Africanization, and social and epistemic justice. The first time that I came across AXUS, or the African Center for the Study of the United States, was in 2018. I was in the middle of my data generation phase of my PhD research project on North-South higher education partnerships. And that is when I first came across AXUS. And it seemed that the center and the work that it set out to do had direct relevance to my work, which, as I said, applied a decolonial lens to North-South partnerships. AXUS was set up as a research center to generate new knowledge of the United States and Africa. And back at the launch event, Professor Tawana Kupe, who was then the vice principal here at Wits, said something in response to the question of whether this center was in fact part of the broader decolonial project. And he responded, and I want to quote, "Definitely," he said, "in the sense that the creation of the center is testimony that Africans are seeking to understand the United States from their own multiple perspectives and primarily for themselves. Decolonization in relation to dominant nations and societies operates through not accepting the self-definitions of that society, but generating your own knowledge and understandings. In that respect, this is going to be an exciting intellectual exploration that bucks the dominant trend to receive knowledge instead of creating it." We are now a few years down the line, almost close to a decade, and it would be interesting, to engage with colleagues who've been involved in this work to see, has it been that exciting intellectual project, and where are we going from here? I joined Wits in my current capacity 3 months ago, and I was very delighted that I had a chance to very early on meet Bob and Malik, Dr. Malik and other members of the team, and to find out that there are centers now not only in South Africa, I'm familiar with the one at the University of Pretoria as well, but also the centers in Kenya and Uganda. And so it's exciting for me to be here today because this is my first-hand experience of AXUS and some of the events that it hosts. A lot, of course, can be said about Africa-US relations and higher education. A conference like this, I think, allows us to touch on many important topics and issues, particularly global North, global South partnerships. These are often characterized by imbalances of power, resources, and knowledge. And it's important that we find ways to work together in more equitable, inclusive, and sustainable ways. But I think a conference like this also gives us an opportunity to explore the complexities of global North and global South, because we use them as if they are easy concepts and clearly distinguishable terms. And I think that's not the case. We have to dig a little bit deeper. South Africa, in fact, and Wits University for that matter, are very good examples that illustrate that our identities are very complex and multifaceted. In my research, for example, when I did my North-South partnership study, I used Wits as a case study. And it was very clear in terms of the reflections that my research participants shared that Wits was considered a global South partner when it worked with top institutions in the UK and then the US. But it was the institution that wore a northern hat when it worked with other institutions in the global South, on the continent, and even in the country. One of my research participants reflected on an experience that he had had at the University of Limpopo, for example, where, you know, he was not so warmly welcomed. And people said to him, we know you're coming here to colonize us, right? So these kind of conversations around power dynamics really play out in many, many different contexts. And I think this kind of complexity of South Africa as a country that both reflects the North and the South, as Wits as an institution that does the same, this is really true for many other contexts and educational settings around the world. So when we take a more nuanced view, we can note, for example, that there are similarities between the HBCUs in the United States and what we call historically disadvantaged institutions in South Africa. And we can start dealing with those kind of questions that emerge from discovering that we have similarities, but that we still operate in different contexts. So issues of inequality, poverty, underrepresentation, I think, are global challenges that manifest differently in our contexts. I was earlier this year at a conference in Brazil, hosted by FOBAI, the Brazilian Association for International Education. And there was a presentation from the government agency that is responsible for internationalization programs and funding on behalf of the Ministry of Education. They are about to launch a new program, so it was a good opportunity for them to reflect on previous programs. And you will have heard about the Science Without Borders program, for example, that offered scholarships for Brazilians to go and study abroad and for people from all around the world to come to Brazil. And they reflected that when they did a review of the program, they realized that 52% of all the scholarships benefited only 2 out of 26 Brazilian states. 2 out of 26 states received more than half of all the scholarships that were awarded. So that's another way in which the system can be very unequal, but it's perhaps different, you know, from our context. So I said to them, we don't have that kind of disparity, but we have other levels of inequality in the South African system. So in conclusion, I would like to really wish you well for your engagements over the next 3 days. I think the conversations that you will have here are necessary, especially now, especially in light of the challenges that we are facing around the world. And as Professor Morris said, particularly those that directly impact the relations between the US and South Africa and, of course, other countries on the continent. I was in Boston last week for 2 events hosted by the Center for International Education at Boston College. The first one was an early career researchers meeting with colleagues from around the world, and the second one was the biennial conference. And during that conference, we discussed the connection between research, policy, and practice. We talked about the role of higher education in times of instability and inequality. And we also, you know, shared ideas of how to navigate uncertain futures. We agreed that, and I'm sharing these insights as my parting message, there are no easy answers, and whatever answers are there, we will not find them when we seek alone. It's important that we continue to engage, that we continue to build trust, and that we imagine a future, even though we might not yet know exactly what it will look like. And even though the challenges that we are experiencing at times appear to be insurmountable. An African proverb says that if you want to move mountains tomorrow, you have to start by lifting stones today. I hope that over the next few days, you will be able to identify some of these stones that we can lift, both individually in our workplaces, institutions, countries, and regions, but also collectively in collaboration and partnership with each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to thank each of our previous speakers for their words. We truly appreciate it. Again, I am Dr. Asad Malik, and I say that with laughter on my face. Tell you guys a quick story. I defended my dissertation in 2021, and I have a 12-year-old and 10-year-old at the time. And I'm going around just telling everyone I'm Dr. Malik. I mean, the people at the grocery stores and the lady checking me out, I'm saying Dr. Malik is my name. So my 10-year-old had a schoolmate over at the house, and the schoolmate looks at my son. He says, so your dad's a doctor? And my 10-year-old said, he just has a PhD. He's not a real doctor. So, so ever since then, I've remained humble, in the words of Kendrick Lamar. It is my great honor and pleasure to welcome you guys to our conference. We are gathered here at the University of Witwatersrand, a place rich in history, scholarship, and struggle, for the gathering of what we hope will mark a new chapter in collaboration between African and American institutions of higher learning. To our esteemed university leaders, scholars, and students, and representatives from across the continent and the United States, we thank you for being here. Your presence reflects a shared belief that higher education must be both a mirror and a bridge. A mirror that reflects the realities of our societies, and a bridge that connects communities, cultures, and continents. This conference has three main goals: to strengthen the partnership between African universities and American universities, recognizing our shared commitment to education as a tool of empowerment. Number two, to create sustainable academic exchanges and joint research initiatives that not only benefit our institutions, but serve the broader communities in which we exist. Three, to engage in honest dialogue about how institutions of higher learning and higher education can lead to efforts in healing, justice, and global solidarity. Our objectives over the next 3 days are to identify concrete avenues for student and faculty exchanges, explore models for collaboration, research, particularly around health, education, climate, governance, and diaspora studies, and share the best practices in curriculum development, digital learning, and funding strategies, as well as to build a network of scholars and administrators committed to ongoing engagement beyond this event. By the end of the conference, we expect to have signings of maybe new MOUs between partner institutions, the development of a joint action plan to pursue funding for collaborative programs, a clear roadmap to continue dialogue and shared digital platforms to track progress. And most importantly, the deepening of the bonds, both personal and institutional, that will carry our efforts forward in the months and years to come. So this is not just a conference, it is a convening of purpose. We are here not only to talk, but to build, to plant seeds that will grow into opportunities for generations to come. So let this gathering be a reminder that together we have the power to shape a future where education is not bound by borders, but guided by shared values and collective vision. So let the work begin, and again, welcome. I will take this moment now to introduce our keynote speaker, Ambassador Charles Stith. Ambassador Stith is an American businessman, diplomat, former educator, author, and politician. He is currently the chairman of the Pula Group, which invests in high-value opportunities in Africa. He is the non-executive chairman of the African Presidential Leadership Center, a Johannesburg-based NGO focused on leadership development and tracking economic and political trends in Africa. He established and formally directed Boston University's African Presidential Center. After his ambassadorship, Ambassador Stith received an appointment to the faculty of Boston University's Department of International Relations and taught a course on Africa and globalization. He retired from Boston University in 2015. He was formerly on the advisory committee of the Office of U.S. Trade Representative and is a member of the Council of Foreign Relations and Council of American Ambassadors. So it is with my honor and pleasure that we bring Ambassador Charles Stith.
Thank you. It is indeed a pleasure to be with you all this afternoon. First of all, let me extend my appreciation and respect to Dr. Bob Wekesa and Dr. Asad Malik for the leadership that they've provided in organizing this meeting. The various institutions, both on the continent and in the United States, which are involved, are due our appreciation as well. So I'm going to ask you to join me in giving them a rousing round of applause. We appreciate the work. We appreciate the effort. Let me also, if I might, exercise a moment of personal privilege. My grandson, Kamal K. Stith, is with me today. This is Kamal's first trip to the continent. He spent 1 week in Dar es Salaam with my daughter, whom I'm expecting momentarily. She's the president of our company. And he's here for a week with me in Johannesburg. He's 1 year younger than I was when I made my first trip to the continent. And I'm, as we say down south, I'm happy glad that he was able to join me at Wits for this auspicious occasion. My assignment this afternoon, and as Kenneth Kaunda was fond of saying, young man, orders are given to be obeyed. My assignment this afternoon is to address the subject of building a knowledge economy through university, industry, and government partnerships. I want to start by providing some context for my remarks, if I might. A context which is both historical and current. My first trip to the continent was in 1968. I was a part of a group involved in a short-term missions project to build schools and community centers in Kenya. It was a few years after Kenya had attained independence. Former Mau Mau leader and the first president of Kenya, Jomo Kenyatta, was still alive. And he spoke to his people regularly via radio. His words of encouragement and inspiration to his fellow Kenyans always focused on the opportunity and responsibility for nation building that were present post-independence. He ended every address and every speech with Harambe. Let's pull together. My second trip to the continent was in 1982. I went to Zimbabwe and I came to South Africa. The two countries were at dramatically different points on the political spectrum. Zim was 2 years into independence. South Africa was still being strangled in the grips of apartheid. In Zimbabwe, there was an excitement about the opportunity and responsibility to give birth to a new era. Zimbabwean expats were returning to their mother country in droves. Despite South Africa still operating under an apartheid regime, I found there was an underlying sense, an air of optimism and hope for the future, a readiness and willingness to get on with the work of building a new nation founded on new principles. I was to return to South Africa in 1994, as a part of President Clinton's official delegation to monitor the country's first truly democratic election. Our delegation met with a broad spectrum of people, which included Frederick de Klerk, the country's last white president, and Nelson Mandela, the country's first black president. Despite the obvious challenges facing the nation, there was a conviction that a new nation was possible. And as important, that South Africans were ready for the task at hand. As the head of the African Presidential Archives and Research Center at Boston University, I was in Durban in 2002 for the launch of the African Union, and in Maputo in 2003 for the second meeting of the Assembly. The moment was pregnant with possibility. I wrote a piece after the Durban launch titled African Union, Good Start or False Start. That's a subject for another day. My tenure as the U.S. Ambassador to Tanzania was obviously a high water mark for my engagement with this continent. I came in the aftermath of the embassy bombing, and when the smoke had cleared and the embers dimmed, we foresaw a better and brighter day. Hope springs eternal seems to be the theme that resonates throughout Africa's story. The historical backdrop against which this conference has been convened is that those who came before us were wholly committed to fashioning new nations out of the ashes of colonialism and circumstances from which those nations emerged. My friends, today, we find ourselves at a daunting yet interesting dynamic point in human history. It anguishes me to say that my country has abandoned its role, at least momentarily, as an advocate for growth and opportunity. And under the current administration, its primary currency is chaos and fear. That's the bad news. The good news is that the U.S. retreat from being the world's premier advocate of hope and change, to borrow a phrase from former President Obama, compels us to take the initiative and seize the moment to take on greater responsibility for this continent's advancement. What a time to be called to such a task. As a businessman, that's my current job. As you can see from the resume, I have problems keeping a job. But in my current capacity, I travel the globe, it seems unceasingly, and I see things, and I talk to people at varying levels. There is a profound transformation taking place globally relative to how economies of the future will be fashioned. That transition, my friends, starts with new forms of energy, how we produce it, how we use it, and the implications for how it will change our lives. Because of Africa's richness in terms of minerals needed to drive this transition, this continent today is unusually positioned to recalibrate its trajectory of growth and development. This is the current context in which our conversation over the next few days is taking place. It's not the bluster we hear out of Washington. It's not the footsteps of a retreat that we hear around the globe in the face of the bombast emanating from my part of the world. This current environment in which we find ourselves is a once in a millennium opportunity. Universities, industry, and government have a critical role to play in recalibrating African advancement. The focus of this conference is precisely the right thing at the right time for the right reason. In the quest to take the next step in the advancement of the African continent and African diaspora, there's no better place to start the task that lay before us than to focus on partnerships that are possible between universities, industry, and government, and why such partnerships matter. If we can harness the attention and energy of these three sectors to better coordinate the mission of moving Africa and African peoples forward, the sky is the limit in terms of what we can accomplish. Now, it was not reflected in my introduction, but I have a graduate degree from Harvard. And I'm well acquainted with some of the great minds of Africa and the Western world. And I'm familiar with the virtue and value of abstract thinking and theoretical formulation. But first and foremost, I consider myself a practical man. When I'm trying to solve a problem, I don't start by approaching it as an academic or theoretical exercise. I usually start by asking three questions. What are we trying to accomplish? Why? And thirdly, how are we going to get it done? Now, I said that to say that this is where I'm coming from relative to the thoughts that I want to share with you this afternoon. Earlier, I mentioned the new global economy being driven by the transition to new forms of energy. Allow me to put a little meat on those bones, if I might. The world, there's still some folks who are trying to sell coal, and there's still some folks who are trying to sell oil who will tell you we're not in the midst of a great transition. That is not so. The world has crossed the threshold of a profound transition. We've not seen anything like it in our lifetime. It will be comparable to the impact of the age of discovery in the 15th century, the Enlightenment in the 17th century, and the Industrial Revolution of the 18th century. The Green Revolution will transform the global economy, our ecosystem and environment, and reshape the foundations of human community and culture. The Green Revolution will not simply change the cars we drive, but the planes we fly, the houses we build, the machines we make for the products we manufacture. It will affect the relationship between nations. Collaboration between universities, industry, and government is key to fully realizing the potential of Africa's wealth of minerals. These collaborations are key to Africa's ability to full its potential, reposition its global standing, and provide pathways for its people to fulfill the dreams they have for themselves and their families. Let me say it again. Collaboration between universities, industry, and government is key to fully realizing the potential of Africa's wealth of minerals. University to university collaboration is the place to start. Now, I know everybody brings their particular focus and their particular their particular areas of expertise. Everybody has their silos. My friends, we're at a moment that is so monumental that as important as the work is that you are doing from your prospective venues, you're going to have to operate out of your silos to take advantage of this moment. You can't save the parts unless you save the whole. University to university collaboration is a starting place to increase the fund of knowledge about these tremendous resources that Africa possesses, where they are, new ways to mine them, test protocols to rate them, process methods to refine them, and strategies to develop and manufacture new products from them. The time is well past when other nations know more about this continent than the inhabitants of this continent. Correcting this disparity needs to be a goal of the universities to universities collaboration in Africa and among the diaspora and other parts of the world. Specifically, it means things like the mining school at Wits, collaborating with the School of Geosciences at the University of Dar es Salaam, and together them liaising with the engineering programs at schools like Howard University and Tuskegee University to create hubs of innovation and expand the capacity of institutions like these to close the knowledge gap about Africa's mineral wealth. One of the products that might be inspired as a result of this kind of collaboration is a directory of the top scholars in every relevant field for this green revolution. Through these collaborations, you need to identify, and you talked about student exchanges in your remarks, but you need to identify the best and brightest of the scholars in these fields and create pathways through the various institutions you inhabit so they're exposed to the best these institutions have to offer. When you're thinking about your sabbaticals, you need to do them at each other's institutions in order to create the footprint to increase the network for collaboration and the fund of knowledge necessary to move Africa forward. Through such collaborations, there is the potential to come up with ideas and innovations that are patentable and marketable. Once these ideas are taken to market, they bring innovations that are helpful and profitable. Profits from such thinking can benefit the researchers, the institutions out of which such ideas are incubated, and our cause to elevate this continent and its people wherever they are. Though not mining related, my wife, Dr. Deborah Prof. Stith, she's the dean of the Charles Drew Medical School in Los Angeles, California. She shared an example that I found quite captivating, actually, of what putting our best minds to work solving our problems can mean. Have any of you all heard of Dr. Ted Love? Dr. Love is an African-American cardiologist. Over a 10-year period, Dr. Love set out on a mission to cure sickle cell anemia. Sickle cell is an inherited blood disorder, as you know, that affects more than 100,000 people in the United States and 20 million people worldwide, most of whom are of African descent. Dr. Love led a team of scientists and researchers, and they produced a drug called Oxbryta. Well, they recently sold the company that produced the drug to Pfizer for $5.4 billion. Now, I know as academics, you think purer thoughts than those of us from the world of business. But $5.4 billion ought to even get your attention. My point, my friends, is that if we can produce such results in healthcare, we can do it in horticulture. And yes, we can do it in the fields of geology and mineral exploration. If it is such collaborations between university and industry that will position Africa and Africans to play a more pivotal role in the development of its resources and a more pivotal role in the green energy revolution that is presently transpiring. As was mentioned during my introduction, I am the chairman of the Pula Group. We are a US-based company. And for those of you that are familiar with Tswana, the native tongue of our brothers and sisters in Botswana, Pula means rain, means water, it means money, it means wealth. The Pula Group operates all across the continent of Africa. We have operations in Tanzania, we have a newly minted office in Mozambique, and we anticipate setting up shop in Malawi, Kenya, and Ghana before the end of this year. So those of you who are online from Kenya, Ghana, or Malawi, you might look out for me over the next several months. Though my company is US-based, Africa is our home. Tanzania is our current priority. We have a number of assets there. Our primary focus is graphite, which is one of the critical minerals in making batteries for electric vehicles. One of the things we have discovered beyond graphite in Tanzania is this: 70% of the exploration in Tanzania is being done by Australians and Canadians. Only 4% is being done by Tanzanians, and that includes our company. African universities and African scholars have a key role to play in changing this dynamic. Universities have the capacity, or should develop and expand the capacity, for identifying where critical minerals are. They need to have the capacity, or should develop and expand the capacity, to do the necessary testing to determine the quality of the minerals that can possibly be extracted. I think this could be the beginnings of a very, very important partnership. Universities provide knowledge. Industry is where innovation becomes marketable. What a logical partnership for innovation and advancement. Industry should see itself as a source of funds for research and development that is the focus of such collaborations. The example of Dr. Love and his discovery of a cure for sickle cell anemia is one example of what I'm talking about. And I'm going to say more about this funding thing a little bit later. Government has a critical role to play in terms of how Africa mines the opportunities this green revolution presents. It is not simply who gets licenses on what terms, but government has a role to play in making it easier for indigenous players and their partners to develop these indigenous assets. Earlier, I mentioned this 70%, 4% discrepancy. Remember that. A number of you have talked about the disparities that exist between North and South, Africa and the West. And for many of you here and online, this is the focus of the stuff that you study. The disparities are not permanent. They don't have to exist, and we have an opportunity to begin to change the script, and it begins with us. Now, if this were church on Sunday morning at Union United Methodist in Boston, where I used to pastor, somebody in the church would say amen. Government has a role to play. Let me use Tanzania as an example once again. Our anchor graphite project in Ruangwa is about 200 kilometers from the port of Mtwara. We started our work, and Dr. Mimi, correct me if I'm wrong, only 25% of the road from site to port was paved. We were so off the power grid that building in power for our project was a key element of our financial model for developing the project. Fast forward to today. The Tanzanian government realized the potential of critical minerals like graphite to its development and the global transition to the green revolution. Now, today, almost 90% of the road from site to port is paved. The port itself has been modernized and upgraded, and power lines have been run to within 4 kilometers of our site. Needless to say, such upgrades are going to make it easier and more efficient for us to move minerals from site to port and make it more profitable to develop these assets and contribute to the growth and development of Tanzania. Now, I don't know who was involved in making the decision about the infrastructure upgrades we've seen in Rwanda. Now, I do know that the Prime Minister lives out in the area. As a business person at one level, I don't care who made the decision. I'm glad they did. I've got a business to run, and these kinds of decisions make it easier. But having said that, isn't the most logical place for universities and industry and government to meet is around issues like this? Mapping out the infrastructure changes that need to be taking place across Africa, and now executing these changes in a way that meets the needs of the continent is what matters most. I don't have to remind you, Dua, of how Africa's infrastructure has been mapped and developed in the past. The collaboration between universities, industry, and government can help Africa better explore and exploit its current opportunities. These sorts of partnerships, universities, industry, and government, can better position African people and African countries to tackle their problems. Several years ago, I received an honorary doctorate from Clark Atlanta University and was asked to give the baccalaureate address. CAU is in the Atlanta University Center. In addition to Clark, Morehouse, and Spelman colleges are among the schools that make up the AU Center. These historically Black colleges and universities have graduated some of America's most distinguished leaders. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Maynard Jackson, Atlanta's first Black mayor, and Raphael Warnock, Georgia's first popularly elected Black U.S. senator, are all Morehouse men. Dr. Audrey Manley, the first Black woman to serve as Surgeon General of the United States. And my wife, Dr. Deborah Prothro Stith, the first African-American woman and youngest Commissioner of Public Health in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And my daughter, the president of the Pooler Group, Dr. Mary Mildred Stith, are Spelman alumni. There are other Black colleges like Howard University, which boast a list of distinguished graduates second to none. Former Vice President Kamala Harris and America's first African-American Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall are Howard graduates. When you consider the genius these institutions have cultivated, and they compare relatively well to other institutions anywhere in America and around the world. Having attended school in the AU Center and Harvard, a point that I made during my address was that there's one major factor that distinguishes Harvard from schools like those in the AU Center and places like Howard University. It is not primarily race, class, gender, or geography, although those are obviously factors. The most distinguishing characteristic is that Harvard has an endowment that exceeds the endowments of every historically Black university, college, and university combined. For the record, the combined endowment of historically Black colleges and universities in the United States is about $5.6 billion. Harvard's endowment is $53.2 billion. Now, the reason Harvard's endowment is so much larger is that their alumni do a better job of supporting Harvard. Business does a better job of supporting Harvard. And despite the current attacks against Harvard by the Trump administration, government historically has done a better job of providing research dollars for Harvard to solve the nation's problems. When I spoke at Clark's commencement, I made the point that if our institutions are going to be all they can be, and let me add, if Africa is going to be all it can be, and if the African diaspora is going to fulfill its enormous potential, the kind of collaboration we're talking about over the next couple of days is key. Now, let me say something that might get me into trouble, but I'm going to say it anyway. We need to stop focusing so much of our research efforts on disparity studies. We've got it. We got it. We've heard you. We've seen it. We've lived it. We need scholars to focus and industry and government to fund research that enables us to close the gaps that exist. Conferences or conclaves, if you will, like this always produce a final document. I don't know how this one will be titled, but whatever you call it, it should be seen as a call to arms. In it, you have to define why the collaboration between universities, industry, and government is not just high-minded rhetoric, but critical to Africa solving some of its most daunting challenges. The statement that summarizes the substance of these deliberations should offer at least some concrete suggestions, not only for universities, not only for universities on this continent, not only for universities in the West, not only for universities that are historically Black and African American. It needs to come up with some concrete suggestions about how these collaborations, which should involve industry and government, have some real meat on the bones. Can't speak just to yourselves. You got to speak to industry about some things that they need to be doing. You got to speak to government about some things they need to be doing, that you all need to be doing in concert to move this continent from where it is to where it can be. My friends, you know, hopefully I didn't disappoint you with the remarks I've made today, but I've come in the spirit of partnership. This continent has a unique opportunity, unlike any I have seen since 1968, to move the ball. But it's going to take you, our best and our brightest, to help lead the way. Think of yourselves not just as scholars, but as soldier scholars in a march to a new plateau. This green energy revolution opens up potential for this continent to engage other parts of the world that we have not seen over the last 100 years. We have the Japanese coming to Tanzania to talk to us about our project. The EU has shortlisted it as one of the prime projects for investment, not only in Tanzania, but on the African continent. The Chinese were just up in Rwanda the other day looking for more graphite. This continent is in a place unlike any it's been, and for it to realize its potential is going to take everything you have. And as I said, the work you're doing from your prospective venues is important, but you're going to have to operate outside your silos to take advantage of the moment. I started these remarks on a personal note, and I'm getting ready to end now. And I like to end with a personal testimony. The American Civil Rights Movement was, and I believe it remains, one of the most transformative movements in human history. I was 6 years old. I'm not going to tell you how old I am today. But I was 6 years old when the Montgomery bus boycott movement, led by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., came to a successful conclusion. I didn't know Martin, obviously, as a 6-year-old. But as a seminarian in Atlanta, Georgia, I was mentored by two of his top lieutenants. Andrew Young was one of my mentors. He's now a dear friend. He was Martin's right-hand man. His formal title was Executive Director of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. That was the only organization Dr. King ever founded. Andy went on to become the first African-American elected to Congress from the Deep South. He became the UN ambassador during the Carter administration and later mayor of Atlanta. The Reverend Dr. Joseph Eccles Lowry was my other mentor. Joe was the pastor of Central United Methodist Church in Atlanta and the board chair and president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. As a young pastor, that was not mentioned in my introduction, but I got my learning at Harvard, but I got my burning on the streets of Boston as the senior pastor of the Union United Methodist Church. While serving in that capacity, I served on the board of the MLK Center for Nonviolent Social Change in Atlanta. And I got to know Coretta Scott King, Dr. King's wife. I had many conversations with her during the time I was on the board. And there are a couple of enduring lessons she imparted that are lights for me, even unto today. Love is key. Redemption and transformation is the goal. You can't build a beloved community, a community where everyone's sense of worth is validated on hate. Neither can you build it or sustain it on anger. That was one lesson. In one of the last conversations we had before I came off the board, I asked her about Montgomery and the bus boycott that ignited the civil rights movement. And she brought into clearer relief something that is easy to miss. She said that when she and Martin went to Montgomery, he didn't go to lead a movement. He went to Dexter Avenue Baptist Church, which was one of the more prominent Black churches in the South, to finish writing his PhD thesis for Boston University, and maybe stay a few years until a position opened up at some historically Black college or university. That, she said, was his plan. But she added, God had another plan. My takeaway from that conversation was this: that our obligation, our calling, if you will, is not to try to start a movement. It's simply to be faithful in the moment, to rise up and meet the challenges of our times. Nothing more, nothing less. I came by to tell you this afternoon that if you're faithful in this moment, like those before you were faithful in their time, you will move us forward. I came by to tell you this afternoon, don't waste the struggles of Nyeri, Kenyatta, Kaunda, Samora Machel to free Africa from Cairo to Cape Town. I came by to tell you, don't waste the work of Kama, Rollins, Moy, Azikiwe, Ramgalam to give rise to democracy on the continent. I came by to tell you this afternoon, don't waste the 27 years of sacrifice by Mandela, or Kwame Nkrumah, or Sam Nujoma, or Leopold Senghor, or Mamadou Dia, who endured imprisonment so that you might be free. I came by to tell you this afternoon that if we're faithful in the moment, to paraphrase Pierre Teilhard Chardin, it will be a day when, after having mastered worlds, the waves, the tides, and gravity, we shall have harnessed for God the energies of love. Then, for the second time in the history of the world, we will have discovered fire. Thank you.
Well, as the son of a Southern Baptist preacher, the only thing I can say is the doors of the church are now open. So thank you so much for that very moving keynote address. And I was so moved to hear that Ambassador Young is one of your mentors. However, you failed to mention that Ambassador Young is a graduate of Dillard University, HBCU. DU, we in the house, baby. All right. So right now we're actually running ahead of time, and we're going to take a few minutes for a health break. Unfortunately, I believe the water is still out in the building. We do have refreshments outside, but I wouldn't suggest you drink too much without without the restrooms working. So we will reconvene at 3:30, which is about 15 minutes. How does that sound, everyone? All right, thank you.
Hi, Adam. You are currently muted.
Good afternoon. I don't know if
Yeah,
you
we're
can hear.
just testing. We're just testing the equipment at the moment. Adam, do you have a presentation with you or not? Just to make sure.
Good afternoon. Excellent conference.
Adam, are you only speaking or is there a presentation as well?
I'm ready whenever you are.
Okay, cool. We are currently breaking and we'll let you know when we are ready.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. We are getting ready to reconvene and start the conference up. I hope everyone enjoyed their refreshments. So, again, we are running a bit ahead of time, which is good. You know, it's not just now or now. It's we're doing pretty good. So next on the on our agenda will be a brief history of the Africa-U.S. Universities Network, uh, uh, given by Mr. Adam Clayton Powell, the director of the Washington Programs Center of Communication, Leadership, and Policy at the University of Southern California, as well as Professor Krista Johnson, director of the Center for African Studies at Howard University. And they're both joining us online.
Thank you, Dr. Malik, and thanks also to Dr. Bob Wekesa for his leadership, along with Dr. Malik, in bringing this conference together. And as the son and grandson of Baptist preachers, when you said the conference was running ahead of schedule and that we might have some extra time, well, that's music to my ears. So Professor Johnson and I are ready to go. This is the Africa-U.S. University Network, not the U.S.-Africa University Network, Africa-U.S. University Network. This grows out of the Africa-U.S. University partnerships, many of them informal, many from the Africa-U.S. initiative, which I began 20 years ago at the University of Southern California when I was vice provost. In 2022, we began monthly Africa-U.S. forums, again, Africa-U.S. forums, featuring African experts across the continent, not people in the U.S. or Europe talking about Africa, but African experts. Bob Wekesa was our inaugural Africa Fellow at USC's Annenberg School and is our co-convener. These conversations each month are very different from the conversations about Africa that you usually hear in the US and Europe. Yesterday we held our monthly meeting, and the subject was the reduction in aid to African health institutions from the US, the UK, and from other European countries. And it was a very different conversation from what you may have seen on CNN or read about in the New York Times, because it quickly became a conversation about how Africans can build back better, build a better health system than now exists. This is not a colonial model. This is not a philanthropic model. It is a partnership model. So too, this Africa-U.S. University partnership must be different. It cannot be structured in any way other than as an African-centered partnership serving an African good. Our role in the U.S. Is going to be largely to listen. And as I'm sure you know, it's very difficult for Americans to listen to anyone. We love to talk, but we don't listen very well. On a personal note, I've worked in Africa for more than 4 decades in 16 countries in east, west, north, and south parts of the continent, mainly in Nigeria and South Africa. When I was in Johannesburg earlier this year, my friend said that I've made more than 50 trips to Johannesburg. That seems rather remarkable, but it's been a long time. 32 years ago this month, in fact, 32 years ago, this Thursday, day after tomorrow, in 1993, it was my honor to welcome Nelson Mandela to Washington, D.C. before he went to the White House to receive the Medal of Freedom from President Clinton. During our public meeting carried live on American television, the Wekesa talks agreed on the 1994 election date for the first free and open elections in South Africa. And so, sitting next to Nelson Mandela, I read the news bulletin, and then I introduced him as the next president of South Africa. He covered his microphone and said, "I've never been introduced that way." I covered my microphone and replied, "You'll get used to it." There's a picture of it actually here on my office wall as he broke into a big smile with the word of the talks from Wekesa setting the date. So to today, As at the Cadessa talks 32 years ago, we have an opportunity to set the framework for a new start. There are many obstacles to be overcome, many of them placed in our path by those trying to prevent exactly what we are doing today. For one sitting here in Washington, D.C., it brings to mind the words of President John F. Kennedy many years ago. He said, "We do not do these things because they are easy, but because they are hard." And so too, the challenges today may be difficult, but if successful, the rewards are great. Professor Johnson.
Thank you, Adam. Sorry, it takes me a minute to unmute myself. Good morning to those of us on this side of the Atlantic. I guess good afternoon to those of you in Johannesburg. It's a pleasure to be joining you. And thank you, Adam. It's always great going after you and I guess sharing the stage with you, if you will. I also want to thank our conveners and organizers for putting on this conference and for bringing us all together, and for really, as Adam mentioned, our continuing collaboration and partnership, which has now been going on for several years now. So very, very excited to be here and to participate. I thought I would just, we had just a few brief minutes to, I guess, give a bit of a context and background for the Africa-US Universities Network. And Adam's given a good background to that. I was just going to highlight a little bit of the outcomes of the US-Africa Leaders Summit, because the first, I guess, genesis of this network emerged from the first meeting that we collaboratively held, which was on the sidelines of the US-Africa Leaders Summit in 2022. And what was really striking to me, and I think to those of us who were in our meeting at that time, was several things. This was the Biden administration, and I think there was a lot of excitement around kind of reframing US-Africa engagement and relations. The Biden administration had just put out a US-Africa policy or strategy in August of 2022. And there was, I think, some excitement that, things would be maybe moving in different directions at that time. The summit was very much centered around, well, obviously high-level meetings, that took place with the heads of state, but there were also forums, several forums that were organized around. There was a US-Africa Business Forum, there was the Civil Society Forum, there was the Youth Leaders Forum, I think those, and there was a Peace and Security and Governance Forum. And those kind of, a lot of the activity and attention around the summit took place in those contexts. I think what we were observing at that time when we had our initial meeting was the extent to which higher education had been largely sidelined in important respects. When we think about some of the outcomes of that summit, there were a number of trade deals, right, or business deals that took place in the U.S., the Business Forum. There were announcements in, with the youth and civil society. Some of the announcements were around digital transformation and deals with regards to digital transformation, which in some ways pulls in higher education opportunities. There was the recommitment to YALI, which was also an important initiative that I think folks felt happy about. But I think as we were having that initial meeting, we were thinking about, well, the important role, as we're going to be talking about today, of institutions of higher education, of universities, in terms of strengthening and building US-Africa relations, but in particular Africa and diaspora, relations. Of course, also out of that summit came the President's Council or Commission on African Diaspora. And so there was, I think, a lot of momentum, but at the same time, there was a recognition that there wasn't specific funding, for one, that came specifically to universities to strengthen partnerships, and there wasn't a specific agenda in terms of how that would happen. So It was really kind of organic in many ways, as Adam's, kind of mentioning, of universities, administrators, collectivities coming together and really recognizing the need of highlighting and really kind of amplifying the role of universities and institutions of higher education in that regard. And I think it's important, especially, to understand and recognize the role of universities as society's thought leaders, right? This is where we talk about digital transformation. We can talk about business. We can talk about critical minerals. We can talk about security and governance and all of those issues. But the reality is that much of the basic research, much of the basic knowledge that societies have or acquire or develop are developed at universities. And so that just, highlights how central our role is in those discussions. So I think, moving forward, I just wanted to also highlight in terms of, I guess, the background and the context of this. I think, as Adam, said, this was always seen as kind of an effort to really create a new kind of partnership, one which was very much co-created, but one which was also very much driven by the agendas and the issues that Africans are prioritizing on the continent. And I think that we've really benefited from this kind of reciprocal dialogue in terms of setting the agenda, in terms of determining the topics and the themes that we're going to be covering. I think just also kind of moving forward in terms of thinking about what's the broader context of this initiative or this partnership and this conference that we're having here today as well. So we started under the Biden administration. Now we have the second Trump administration. And in some ways, people are suggesting a shift in some fundamental ways. We are seeing, absolutely significant shifts in terms of policy. But I also think that there's certain consistencies there, right? One of the elements that really emanated from the US-Africa Leaders Summit in 2022 was this shift away from aid to more trade. So we already saw that there was going to be a much greater emphasis on business deals, business transactions. We can argue now, of course, that under the Trump administration, things have become even more transactional. We're focused much more on issues like critical minerals and other things. But I think that's, regardless of which administration is in power or who is in power, that is going to be, I think, the background and the context in which we, the university networks and partnerships, are going to have to think about how we strategically position ourselves to move forward and to achieve certain aims that we have. I think, though, the second kind of broader context in which we're convening this meeting and in which the partnership or our network moves forward is in the context also of anti-intellectualism. And we see this in certainly, I think, ramping up under the Trump administration. We've seen this certainly with the attacks on US universities, the significant decrease in funding, research dollars. I will just say, I didn't introduce myself fully, but I'm at Howard University. I'm a professor at Howard University, and I direct our Center for African Studies at Howard University. And this is a Title VI National Resource Center for African Studies. And I say that to say that like all of the other Title VI centers in the United States, we're in danger of having our funding cut. Not just in terms of, not having grants going forward into past next year, but just even in terms of the upcoming academic year, whether or not we'll actually receive our funding for that. And so the things that we do at our center, for example, if we're talking about, building these Africa-US partnerships and Africa diaspora partnerships and relationships, we do a lot of outreach on African studies, but also fund and support a lot of African language training. And so all of that, kind of funding and support and whatnot is in jeopardy. So there's the lack of funding, but there's also, as I said, this kind of larger frame of anti-intellectualism, right? Which I think is certainly emanating through policy circles. Adam and I are both based here in Washington, D.C., so we see this, kind of on a daily basis. But I'm sure it's certainly in other parts of the country as well. There's a kind of anti-intellectualism, almost a backlash against the universities, right? And the kind of the university system, kind of as being, as I said, the thought leaders of society in terms of being the engine of basic research in so many areas and fields. So I think that's one other kind of, larger frame that we're going to have to discuss and grapple with as we're thinking about how we move forward networks such as this. I'm going to stop there. I think I had some other points, but I know this was supposed to be a brief introduction and background, so I will stop there and maybe open it up to discussion.
Professor Johnson and Mr. Powell, thank you so much for that presentation. I just logged on to the Zoom, and maybe someone who's been on can let me know if there are any questions for Professor Johnson or Mr. Powell. Oh, boom. Oh, I can't read that. I got really bad eyesight even with glasses. Maybe I'll move closer. Okay, it looks like there are no questions, but I do have one, and either can respond. So, well, Professor Johnson, with this anti-intellectualism that's kind of running rampant, how do we get the current administration to see the value of Africa University Network, not just higher education, but in particular the Africa U.S. Universities Network, the type of collaborations that are supposed to come from the network? Yeah, how do we convince them of the value?
Yeah, so I'm not sure how successful we're going to be at that. I think a couple of things. If I were to expand on that, I would say that, as you know, Asad, the U.S. system we're very interest-based politics, right? So, I mean, there are certainly advocates and supporters of programs like Fulbright and all of these, initiatives which are on the chopping block for to be cut. There are supporters in Congress, right? So I think we shouldn't miss the opportunity or just, kind of throw our hands up and, kind of walk away. We have allies, we have, our voices, and we're able to, I think, advocate, and we may be able to see some of that funding come back. There's just a lot of things that are up in the air at the moment. But on the second front, well, a couple of things. I mean, as I was thinking about my remarks this morning, it came to my mind, Sherilyn Ifill, she wrote a really great op-ed after Trump's victory last November, where the gist of it was, she said that this is planting season, right? That this is now an opportunity for us to, after we kind of recognize the kind of the new situation and the new climate in which we're operating, this is planting season. And for me, I was thinking about, I think that also means we absolutely, kind of try and, advocate for and push for the federal funding that, we have for so many decades relied on. Absolutely. But I think it also is an opportunity for us to pivot and to also think about what are the new partnerships and collaborations, what are the new areas or new entities that we can build relationships with, that we can seek funding from, and others, And then also, I think there's an element where I'm been reflecting as well on, how institutions become more self-sufficient, right? So again, just thinking about Howard, right, and our African languages, right? So we, as I said, have been a recipient for 10 years now of Title VI funding, and that has supported through the Foreign Languages and Area Studies program. We've received a lot of fellowship and tuition funding for African languages. But, to be clear, we, unlike probably other Title VI centers, that funding, we don't need that funding to generate demand. We have the demand for the African languages, right? So it's now kind of a question of what we needed was the funding because our students don't really have very much money. And so we need the funding. But we're in a different situation, I think, than others. But the point is there is the demand, right? So build on that. I think, use your own resources. Howard needs to kind of now make a commitment to sustaining these kinds of programs because there's already the demand. And just, to Howard's credit, we largely have, right? So like all of our African languages instructors are funded through Howard. Those are all, kind of internal Howards now that we don't rely on the center funding for that, which is commendable for Howard. So we're going to be able to continue our African languages even as our funding for the fellowships dries up, right? But we have to think, I think, strategically about that. And we now, I would argue, have an opportunity not only to just kind of sustain that program, but to expand it, because there are things that we couldn't do or didn't do under federal funding that now that we don't have those restraints, we should be able to do. For example, I think we need to be much more strategic and proactive in terms of recruiting and offering African language courses and training to other students at other HBCUs. Because of the FLAS fund, it's not necessarily FLAS funding, but we weren't able to use FLAS funding to do that, right? Or to kind of, I could only pay for Howard students on FLAS funding. I couldn't pay for Jackson State students, right? So it didn't give us the flexibility to do that. But I don't need the FLAS fellowships, to have that flexibility. What I need now is for Howard to have the institutional flexibility to be able to make those kinds of linkages, right, across the diaspora and with the African continent. And so I'm hoping that maybe, in this time of planting season and of kind of dearth, if you will, in federal funding, we'll get creative in terms of thinking about what are actually the networks and the partnerships and the collaborations that we need and which are in our interest that we can do that actually don't really require funding, don't require additional funding, right, to do.
I would only add that we were surprised at the University of Southern California 20 years ago at the direction of the president, President Steve Sample. I conducted a survey of all 19 USC professional schools.
Winter in South Africa. A different experience.
I think we have some feedback on the line.
I conducted a census of all 19 USC professional schools and the college, and discovered that each and every one of them had an Africa program, but that no one was talking to. They weren't talking to each other. And so when I reported that to the president, he said, what does it mean that here on our campus, at a research university, we have no idea what we're doing in Africa? And I think we're going to find more and more opportunities like that at the University of Michigan, at Rice, at the universities, public and private across the United States. There are Africa programs that aren't talking to each other. And I think as we, on this side of the Atlantic, begin to link those together and try to link them with partners on the African continent, I think that can be something which we can do. And courtesy of this technology, Zoom, which we now all know how to use for the few good things that came out of the pandemic, we know that we can create joint video meetings for free. And that is very different from 10 years ago.
Absolutely. We have a follow-up question from Dr. Stevenson from Elizabeth City State University. He said, what might be some collaborative efforts that universities may engage in to strengthen the existing initiative? Also, have you considered funding from foundations? Is that optional? And I have a follow-up question to that question. As we talk about Africa U.S. Universities Network, Professor Johnson is at Howard. How can we strengthen the relationships between the HBCUs in the United States and find collaborative ways and creative ways to work together? And as you mentioned with like even the African Languages Department, So what are some other ways? So those are the two questions.
Well, I can begin, but I also want Adam to just speak on, the Africa U.S. Universities Network is not funded, right? I mean, we don't have a grant or, any kind of big pool of money that supports this, right? I mean, and so that's kind of an example again of just do, right? Instead of kind of waiting for the funding or, kind of saying, well, we can't start this initiative until we go out. So I'd love Adam to just maybe reflect and kind of say a little bit more about that as well, that it was, because very much Adam is one of the doers who just said this is going to happen, and so we're just going to make this happen. And it didn't necessarily require a lot of funding or even really a lot of institutional support, but it's the kind of consistency which I think has made this network in particular quite successful. I would say with regards to HBCUs, we're doing more on that front, right? I mean, I know Howard now, I mean, we have a Center for HBCU Research, and we're doing more now. We brought a group of Jackson State students with us to South Africa last year for this African languages. It's, there are institutional kind of challenges to that, but we have partnerships, of course, across, HBCUs. But as Adam said, I mean, some of it is just kind of, there's just a lot more opportunity there, right, to kind of connect and collaborate in important ways. And foundation funding is absolutely, a possibility, and also I think something that many universities are, looking to pursue. But I think they're going to also be strategic, right, in terms of like where, I know at Howard, right, we'll be strategic in terms of what programs do they want to pitch to what foundations. And then the question becomes, do our social science programs, do our humanities programs, our languages programs, and our kind of cultural, kind of competency programs, do they kind of rise to the fore for those kinds of funding opportunities?
Also, I think that once again, we need to listen to our African colleagues. What are the priorities that will benefit the continent? And we had one speaker in one of our monthly forums a couple of months ago who said there's some fields that aren't usually discussed: material science, chemical engineering. Why? Because Africa is rich in natural resources, but their natural resources leave the continent and are processed elsewhere. If they could be processed on the continent, that wealth and that exchange, that development of infrastructure can be something which is a truly constructive outcome of university education, research, and civic engagement.
Absolutely. We have a question from our audience here. And in fact, we have two questions. Ladies first, maybe, and just press the button in front of you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Nothing like a little echo to hear yourself. So thank you so much, Adam and Krista. And I just wanted to build on what you were saying, Krista, is I think there is very little transformative that gets funded to be transformative. Transformation is really generally the inspiration first, the work gets done, and funding follows the inspiration. And just really wanted to say there seems to be a huge amount of impetus building behind the Africa Diaspora, HBCU networks that's happening across all levels. And if we could tune into each other, so worry less about having the funding to do it and far more about looking for where the relational connections are, where we can build and deepen trust, where we can create communities of care and belonging, and step into partnership, not waiting for that partnership to be mandated or funded. That's going to be where movement starts. And well, I will speak a bit more to it tomorrow, but it would be really great if anybody that's in this forum was able to join us for the Education for Africa Dialogic Summit, which really is focused on the theme of bridging our humanity, Africa, the HBCUs and the diaspora, and creating a space of deep generative dialogue. And so I'll share that with Bob, and hopefully we'll be able to share it forward into this network. We would be profoundly happy to see a building narrative and set of relationships, more importantly, around this issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to also pick up on, I'm not sure who raised the point, about the need to look at new partnerships, new institutions, and that sort of thing. But focusing on, if you will, for instance, opportunity for new partnerships in the area with business, schools, business entities, looking at the issues surrounding those things. The Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement is looking at how to better implement the measures that come out of that. And really at a really grassroots level, how do you break down barriers between existing countries? What new technologies can be applied to those kinds of issues? Looking at where the areas of expertise lie in the diaspora. If in fact there are, a cadre of engineers and they're in various countries, how can they be engaged to come in and collaborate on solving some of these problems? Looking at new financial institutions that have come about in recent years. The Africa Development Bank, the Exim Bank, the BRICS National Bank may be willing to fund some areas where they need to have, but they know they're going in terms of desired investment, and see if there can be collaboration between universities in the US and Africa to help partner to deal with some of the issues that they're dealing with. Finally, as things are changing, if in fact there is a flow of maritime traffic that is changing as a result of existing geopolitical issues, some of that's flowing around the boundaries of the continent of Africa. How can you help South Africa improve its ports in order to take advantage of some of that traffic going by? What's necessary in order to accomplish that, both onshore and offshore? So that's just an idea, but I don't know if any of you want to speak to that series of things that I mentioned.
Right. We'll give Professor Johnson and Mr. Powell a minute because we're starting to run behind now.
Oh, sorry. Adam, you want to go?
If I may, I'll just throw out a model which is now it's about 40, 50 years old. The USC and some other universities created the Association of Pacific Rim Universities. And it's universities along the Pacific Rim, from Chile in South America, all the way up west coast of Mexico, west coast of the United States, Canada, Russia. Russia is a Pacific power. Japan, China, Korea, all the way down to Singapore and Malaysia. And it is not headquartered in the United States. It's headquartered in Singapore. And the presidents meet, used to be in person. I think they meet virtually now once a year. And the provosts and vice provosts meet each year. And it becomes a platform for the universities to explore on an organized way an organized annual way, ways of collaborating, ways of funding, ways of advancing academic and research interests. Again, that's just one model, but it's one example of the kind of thing that can exist. And APRU has minimal central staff. It's a director and I think one assistant and maybe another. The work is mainly done at the universities, and it is an interesting, not very public or publicized institution, but has become a very important way for universities in the U.S., Asia, and Latin America, and Australia and New Zealand to communicate on a regular, informal basis.
I would also just add, so I mean, there's the one that came to mind thinking about kind of larger university networks. I know there's an Indian Ocean University network with India and some of the East African and I believe also South African universities, and then other Asian universities. So just kind of thinking about these historical kind of networks, but also kind of roots, of connection that, still, of course, exist today. But I would also, I think it was Dr. James, kind of point as well, just highlight the work of Access. In fact, I think one of the commendable initiatives that that Dr. Wekesa initiated was the U.S. Africa Business Awards, right? And so that was really, I think, kind of the honed in on what you were saying in terms of building these kind of industry partnerships and connections. What is it that universities or the intellectual community can provide or engage? But that was also one of these initiatives to in essence develop best practices, right? And kind of begin to build up a repertoire or a reservoir or a pool of what we know as best practices in XYZ fields, but this could also apply to what are the skills that say the diaspora has and where do they lie. So those kinds of initiatives are certainly something that I know Access has been at the forefront of doing, and we've been collaborating a little bit with them on that.
All right.
I just had a PS in my sort of day job as in my retirement is cybersecurity, and having access to the Association of Pacific Rim Universities network has been really essential. Singapore and Korea are among some of the best in the world in cybersecurity. They're government agencies, and so every year. I'm at Nanyang Technological University in Singapore and at Singapore's Internet Security Agency. We've also done programs at Wits in Johannesburg. But this is the kind of unintended consequence that can rise from these kinds of relationships that our Asian colleagues come to the US, we go there, and there are things which, there's knowledge that otherwise might not be shared. I was rather surprised last year. I was in a meeting with Australia's Home Affairs Minister, and in Australia, cybersecurity is under Home Affairs. And their top security people they were not aware of much of the research that was going on in the US, Korea, and Singapore. And so they said, we have to be part of this network, which led to a joint program last December with our MIT as the key Australian partner. So again, these things once the network is in place, these things will start to happen organically. And we can't predict where they will be, how they will emerge, any more than the inventors of motor cars could imagine what transportation would be like in 100 years.
Absolutely. Siwa?
Hi, there's a question online from Andre Stevenson. His question is, what might be some collaborative efforts that universities may engage in to strengthen the existing initiative? Also, have you considered funding from foundations? Is that optional? Thanks.
We went over.
Oh, okay. My
Yeah,
bad.
yeah. It might have just popped up on your, but if you guys want to readdress it, if you have some more thoughts on it. But thank you, Siwa, for that one. Any other questions from the audience or anyone online? I misspoke earlier when I said that we were running behind, though. We're still heavily ahead of time. Question.
Yes, Meredith Beal from Kenya. It's not a question. It's talking more about the organic ways in which these gatherings, just because we come together, it opens doors that we would not have pursued before. One example, I came to Africa sent by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. They had funded a program to strengthen the management skills of African media owners in the private sector. They loaned me to an organization called the African Media Initiative. And we held what we called a strategic forum on the extractive industries, inviting experts and players in that sector from all across Africa. And we brought everybody to Nairobi. And once we got everybody in the room, we could flesh out what kinds of experiences and challenges people were having. One example is that, let's say Exxon discovers oil in some part of your country, and then the Exxon executive comes to meet with let's say the governor of the local county where it was discovered. Sitting on one side of the table is the governor and his technocrat. On the other side of the table is the Exxon person and his cadre of oil and gas experts. Also sitting on the same side often is the Minister of Energy or whoever who came there. And one of the things we found out is that some of the data that the counties or local government needs to make an intelligent decision, they have to get from the energy company. So because we had everybody in the room, we found out that, hey, there's some brothers down in Zimbabwe that have that data. Next time you guys are negotiating, hook up. We also found, for example, a country might go to a place like Uganda and, okay, we want cobalt. Okay, cobalt is X per kilogram, but we want to pay Y. Well, it's X. So they're going next door to maybe the DRC or someplace else that's less stable and basically push for what they want. So how we addressed that was, okay, if you want this resource in any of these 5 countries, here is the price. Another thing that emerged was in Uganda, they've instantiated into the Constitution a formula. So say, like the other a few months ago, billions of dollars of gold was discovered in near the Uganda and Kenya border. There's built into the Constitution a formula on how the local population must share. So Exxon or BP or whoever has to give up equity to the local population. So basically what I'm saying is the more often we can convene people from across the continent, that's how we can see what challenges are on the table and what solutions some of us has come up with. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, concerns, considerations? Well, I want to take this opportunity to thank Professor Johnson and Mr. Powell for their presentation. Wait, looks like something just jumped up there. Let's see. Oh, just an outstanding point, sir. So someone was complimenting your point. But thank Professor Johnson and Mr. Powell for their presentation and participating in this and their leadership also in the Africa U.S. Universities Network. So we thank you guys again. And we're going to move on to our next panel, which is something that I am truly excited about. It is the academic diaspora diplomacy. how HBCUs are reimagining engagement with Africa. This is super exciting to me as an HBCU graduate, as someone who just loves the work that HBCUs do. Ambassador Stith gave us some phenomenal information on the type of leadership that HBCUs graduate. And there's a great statistic about the number of Black lawyers and Black engineers and Black judges and politicians that come from HBCUs. In fact, we have a colleague in the building today who's a Dillard University graduate, but a Xavier University professor. And Xavier University puts more Black Americans into medical school than any other university, Black or white, in the United States. That is the power of HBCU. So academic diaspora diplomacy, we have a very wonderful panel coming up with Professor Rhonda Wells Wilbon, the Department of Social Work at Morgan State University, Professor Charlene Senegal Decroix, Associate Professor of History, the Keller Family Endowed Professor and Department Chair, Xavier University of Louisiana, and Professor Rhonda Collier, Department of Global, the Director of the Global Office at Tuskegee University. And to our Zoom coordinator there, I believe Dr. Collier has a presentation that she will give. So if you can give her the ability to share and present. So I believe everyone is already online. Are we going to bring them up? And I would just like to say that both of the Rhondas on the call are members of Delta Sigma Theta. So thank you guys so much. So maybe Dr. Collier, since you have the presentation, will allow you to start, and then we can get into this conversation, and I'll ask a few questions on how. Okay.
Can you hear me? Yes, since you can see the slides, everybody. Say amen if you're with me. Good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Rhonda Collier from Tuskegee University in Tuskegee, Alabama, an 1890 land-grant institution. And I just want to thank you all for being here and for this opportunity to share the work that we're doing at Tuskegee University in terms of international partnerships and engagement with the continent of Africa and in the diaspora. So I'll tell you a little bit about what we're doing. I just have 7 slides, so I know that we're a panel, but I just wanted to kind of share the work that we're doing and maybe some best practices for you, and I'm looking forward to the conversation. So once again, I am the director of the Tuskegee University Global Office, but I'm also the professor and the chair of Modern Languages, Communication, and Philosophy. So I have an appointment as a full professor in literature and languages. The TU Global Office handles all of our international activities for Tuskegee University, including study abroad, advising international students, and promoting international exchange and research. We're a very small office at a small university, but our reach is wide. One of the things that we like to say at Tuskegee is bring the world to Tuskegee and Tuskegee to the world. So we were very excited to have the partnership with Wits, and we had an opportunity through our partnership with Wits and also Honeywell Corporation to have students from Wits visit Tuskegee in April of 2025, and then our Tuskegee students to come to South Africa, and we were there with the center and Wits just in the month of May. And one of the things in working with the students from South Africa and our TU students is thinking about the Ubuntu philosophy of sharing our humanity. We are because you are, and working with these young women in STEM and seeing how the ideals of our founding principal, Booker T. Washington, of head, hand, and heart also foster a reciprocal engagement that reflects the South African value of Ubuntu, our shared humanity. So although these young women were working in STEM disciplines, we all realized our common humanity, and we started there with really the heart. And these are just a couple of pictures from our experience with the young ladies. And this is Piedmont Park, where Booker T. Washington gave the Atlanta Exposition Address in 1895. So we took the girls, the women, to this marker to think about Booker T. Washington's ideals of how we have a greater purpose, and that we're working and learning to contribute back to the greater society. And if we think about Booker T. Washington, Pan-Africanism, the work with Marcus Garvey, and the idea that Tuskegee is just one place, but Booker T. Washington had footprints in Liberia, in Togo. So there was always this sense of international students. Our first international students came to Tuskegee, I think it was 1906. And they were from Togo and Liberia, Cuba, Japan. So we've always been international. And once again, the point of this slide and the engagement is to focus on the work that we did with Wits, and then also looking at Booker T. Washington, as well as the idea of Ubuntu. So the African meets the African-American philosophy, and that there is a common humanity in both, in the idea of skills and character. Once again, the phrase bringing the world to Tuskegee and Tuskegee to the world. Some of the things that we do to even make these things happen are we give our students free passports, 50 per semester funded. At first we had funding from different sources, but now it's a part of our president's budget for my office that students get passports. 100 students a year get passports, and that is to encourage them to travel abroad. We also celebrate International Education Week on campus. And if you look at some of the topics here, thinking about Haiti, domestic policy, international policy, about Blackness, thinking about international careers, which has been challenging this year because with the removal of USAID, that was one of our partners for Tuskegee. We were the only the second HBCU that had an MOU with the United States Agency of International Development. And we were just finishing up a $5 million grant with Nepal for agricultural development and education. So I have some other ways besides just government funding that I'll also mention to you. But the idea is to bring the world to Tuskegee and Tuskegee to the world. And African diaspora isn't just about Africa, it's about the philosophy, the working, and parts of Africa around the globe, whether it's a Black Paris study abroad or Black experience in Germany study abroad. So there's multiple ways to engage with Africa that aren't necessarily on the continent. It's also a concept, a mindset, and a strategy. Some opportunities for growth for Tuskegee. As you see, we have, well, right now we have about 53 international students. We had a big decline after the pandemic, so we've been building up since 22 to get more international students. And the most, for the continent are students from Nigeria and Ghana, and then we have quite a few from Egypt. And we've had a challenge with students from Sudan in terms of challenges to their visas and their F1s. So opportunities for growth as well as challenges is in the area of which parts of Africa for partnerships and recruiting students, institutional partnerships, as well as university partnerships, like the partnership that we have with Wits. And then these are just examples of corporate and federal partnerships. So Honeywell sponsored our experience to South Africa, and also the South African students came to Atlanta, Georgia, and Tuskegee through the funding from Honeywell. I will share my email in the chat if you want to ask me about how I was able to accomplish some of these things. We've also had funding from Delta Airlines. We work with Boeing. So when the federal funds aren't always available, working with corporate donors for international exchange and making sure that you say Africa has to be on the table, and we're not just looking for a one-time opportunity, and we're not looking just for an opportunity for our students from our HBCUs, but we want our African counterparts to have the same access to study abroad and exchange. And then the flyer on the right was a program that's tailored to Latin America. But the key thing here is partnerships have to be focused around solving world problems. So think the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So the reason I put Colombia here, Colombia, se dice, is thinking about water, access, sanitation, hygiene. The women in STEM, they also had to look at solving problems. So they looked at urban planning, they looked at environmental issues, and they also looked at aviation, because if it's Tuskegee, we're going to talk about flying. And then these are just my last and final slides here about thinking about students first. And once again, Africa is not just a continent, thinking about places like Jamaica, Salvador, Bahia, and language acquisition, and always the exchange of, if we go there, we got to make it where other students and faculty can come back. So a lot of the work I do is partnerships, writing the MOUs, and meeting people around the globe and thinking about an African-centered experience for our TU students. And this is just student engagement about what we do here on campus, and encouraging students to apply and how. And thank you for your time. And if you have questions, you can put them in the chat, and I'll also share my email. It's really an honor to be with you, and recognizing my colleague, Dr. Jones, and others from Tuskegee who are here this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Collier. Dr. Senegal de Queer, would you like to present next?
Yes, sure. I don't have a presentation, Dr. Collier. That was amazing. So I am Charlene Senegal de Queer from Xavier University of Louisiana, and we are celebrating our 100 year. This year, our founding was in 1925 by St. Catherine Drexel and the Sisters of the Blessed Sacrament. And as was mentioned before, Xavier University is, of course, known for placing African Americans into medical school, a large amount of African Americans, and not only placing them into medical school, but graduating them. So the STEM programs are really, really big on Xavier's campus, but we do have other, aspects of the campus, the humanities, which is where I hail from. So I was the chair of the history department for a couple years, and now I'm the chair of the new African American and Diaspora Studies program that I started with a grant of $500,000 from the Mellon Foundation. So that grant, along with another grant that we have that started the honors program to put Black intellectual thoughts into classrooms, which is a $1.5 million grant. We, myself and Dr. Sharon Roberts, work very closely together to try and create collaborations for our students that extend throughout the diaspora. So what we have done last year, we went and we visited Wits University for the first time. And I believe we had maybe 10 students with us, between 8 and 10 students with us, and a couple faculty members. And visiting the universities and meeting with all of the important people, we decided to collaborate. And we said this would be a great collaboration with Xavier. So we created a mutual agreement, I want to say last semester, and we're going to have our first exchange students attending Wits University for the next semester, because I believe you guys are off on winter break. So they are going to be attending, and I believe we have 3 students, and we have an exchange of 2 students coming from Wits University to attend Xavier in the fall. So we're very excited about that. And we do have a Center for International Programming at Xavier University. Now, some universities, some HBCUs, and I would say Xavier is one of them, a lot of the Center for International program was directed towards getting diversity onto campus. And when I say diversity onto campus, when you're looking at Black and white, right? And so a lot of those cultural exchange programs extended with people from European institutions, European nations. And so we're really trying to change that and make sure that we have the connections with the African universities. We do have and have always had a large amount of students that come to Xavier that are from Uganda, Ghana, Nigeria. We still have those students, but we are again trying to expand throughout the diaspora so that we have more diversity and Blackness on campus. So that is one of our priorities going forward. As for funding, again, the funding that we have that I've gotten to start the program, the African American Diaspora Program and the Honors Program, that's pretty much the funding that we have. We are hoping for more funding to come so that we can create these exchanges, and not just exchanges with students, but we're trying to also facilitate exchanges with professors, right? Because we want to share knowledge. We want to bring the African American diaspora to Africa so the African students can understand the struggle of African Americans, but we also want to understand the struggles of Africans because we are all one. If we're thinking in a Pan-African, mind frame, we are all one. And those connections, of course, are going to strengthen any type of progress going forward for anybody of the African diaspora, right? When you look at global medicine, global health, environmental concerns, we're in the global deep South, New Orleans. We all know what happened with Katrina and those environmental disasters that are, common and very impactful on people of the diaspora or people of the diaspora culture or extension of. And so we're just hoping that we can, make those connections and bring the students together and let them learn from each other and understand that even though we are continents away, we have a shared culture and a shared vision, and we need to unify in those aspects. That's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Dr. Wells Wilbon.
Thank you, Dr. Malik. I'm happy to be here. Good afternoon, colleagues. And I just have a few prepared notes, and then I will be quiet so that folks can ask questions. But to my colleagues on the panel, thank you both. Colleagues, for your presentations. I think very informative. It's always so good to see how many different initiatives are going on. And the thing that I always find so fascinating is that so many things really start at the individual level. And we think things start at this big level, but it's often individuals who have had different experiences and opportunities that bring about some of these programs and initiatives that end up really growing. And I'll just speak a few moments about a couple of things that I've had an opportunity to do, and then I'll talk about my work with the center at Wits. And this is just to give people an idea in terms of how just small groups and individual experiences. My first time to South Africa, I was part of a delegation from the state of Maryland, and we were there to work with the South African government around issues of child welfare, substance use disorders, and then also working with some of the universities in South Africa, the schools of social work at those various institutions. And that was in 2012 or 17, I should say. That was in 2017. I've also had an opportunity to work with medical students in Senegal, helping them to learn some various techniques around a technique called brain spotting, where you actually help people to actually unpack trauma with just a simple technique around gazing. and then also work in Ghana, where I've had an opportunity to work with the Methodist University there, the University of Ghana in Legon. And so I've had a few just small opportunities, but from those opportunities, of course, as you all know, you're never a stranger when you meet people on the continent. They become family. I've had students, young people come here to the United States as a result of my, just my individual travels to the continent. And so those things I think are always so very important. And so I'm honored to join the virtual meeting today. I'm a professor of social work at Morgan State University. And I've been a longtime advocate of some of these global learning between Africa and HBCUs. And last summer, the summer of 2024, I had an opportunity to bring 19 social work students from universities across the United States to the University of Wits for 18 days through our African Summer for Academic Development cultural exchange program that Dr. Malik actually coordinated with the social work program there at Wits. And we worked collaboratively with the National Association of Black Social Workers. So that was the thing that gave us an opportunity in a very short period of time to recruit social work students from universities across the United States. I literally went to Wits in March, met with Dr. Malik and colleagues there. And by June, I had 19 people headed to South Africa for this very, very inspirational summer exchange program. And we're hoping to come back again in November and continue to do it annually. Some of the things that we had an opportunity to do was we visited NGOs, we explored social policy and post-apartheid frameworks, and engaged in rich conversations about race, healing, and justice. And that to me is also very important as we talk about these different initiatives and programs and all of the business opportunities and funding opportunities and all of those things. I think it's so important that we continue to remember that for many of us, this is also very personal. It is very, it is very familial. And that we don't want to do it just as an academic or a business experience or opportunity. But one of the things that I saw with the students that we brought to South Africa last summer is that it was very personal, and it was very personal on both sides. Where they had an opportunity to meet, others in South Africa who had common experiences. And that's one of the things I think we don't talk a lot about is the common experiences of African Americans and South Africans in terms of our, our collective struggle. And so we had the opportunity to have transactional study abroad, a transactional not just a transactional study abroad program, but it was transformative to the shared history, the parallel struggles, and the mutual insight. This is the kind of work HBCUs, I think, are uniquely positioned to lead. Like Morgan State, where we built, our historical mission is centered around this kind of empowerment. And while I'm not representing my university, one of the things that I did want to mention is some of the various initiatives, however, that we are actually doing at Morgan. Through our Office of Global Partnership, Morgan has launched joint degree programs in Ghana, signed MOUs with Nigerian institutions, and laid the groundwork for faculty collaborations and student exchanges that support both local and global impact. And none of this, we've expanded African-centered curriculum, build faculty to faculty networks. And these are things that all HBCUs can do, create bi-directional exchange opportunities, and critically frame Africa not as an academic subject, but as a living, evolving partner in our collective future. And that's the piece that I think is so important. And this is one of the reasons why I love the Center for the Study of the African Study of the United States, is that even in that title, it is very clear that in our work together, it is not, you know, the continent, and it is not Africa, South Africa, under a microscope being studied by others. It is in fact us working together, collaboratively together, understanding each other better. And I think that those are the best partnerships. And certainly from a social work perspective, it is absolutely the kind of initiatives and programs that I'm interested in being a part of. And I just thank the center for its work. And I'm hoping that these kinds of opportunities will continue to grow. I'm hoping that each year I'll be able to bring more and more social work students as well as social work professors. I think these kinds of very specific programs where various professionals can actually hone in and get an opportunity to engage with colleagues that have similar backgrounds in terms of academic preparation, as well as what our goals and initiatives are in terms of, you know, being professionals, is a very, very interesting, I think, and unique way to approach our work together. And so I'm just, you know, really excited and interested in continuing to build and, you know, programs. And Dr. Johnson and other colleagues from Howard were there last summer when we had an opportunity to be there. And so, colleagues, I just thank you, and I can answer any questions, of course, that people may have, but I don't want to take up any more time. I don't want to be the reason that we are behind schedule when we've been ahead of schedule up until this point. So thank you so much, Dr. Malik.
No, thank both of you guys. All three of you guys, I should say, all three of you guys. There are some comments, not necessarily questions. One commenter says, 100% agree on the common experience at Dr. Rhonda Wilbon. These really need to be a major focus. There's substantial, keeps moving on me. There's substantial benefit not only in reconnecting with each other's past and futures, but in the critical healing that these interactions facilitate. Another commenter says, meeting people's Maslow hierarchy of needs is imperative when, it keeps moving, when developing future leaders in the African diaspora. I'm excited, but not surprised to hear about the amazing work that is being done at Tuskegee, Morgan, and Xavier universities in the area of international education. Thank you for sharing your insight, work, and expertise. Outstanding work, brilliant women. Okay, the comments moving too fast. We're gonna slow them down a bit. Let them get them all in where I can scroll up. So while they're popping in, I'm gonna ask my question, and then once they're all populated in the chat, I'll come back to them. So I had the pleasure of meeting all three of these brilliant professors at different times, but I met them all here on the continent in South Africa. So my question is this. How has engaging with Africa impacted your curriculum back home? Have you made any changes or adjustments to that curriculum? Who would like to jump in?
Yeah, I would love to jump in. And so when I visited South Africa, I visited both Cape Town and I visited Johannesburg. And of course, the experiences are somewhat night and day, right? And so when I came back to Xavier University, I really started thinking about ways in which I can incorporate what I experienced in terms of the apartheid movement. Because when the apartheid movement was going on, I was in high school, right? And as a high school person, I was not engaged with national news and all of that was going on. We saw bits and pieces and little glimmers of things that was happening. But when I walked through the Apartheid Museum and I compared that to the United States Civil Rights Movement, which is a course that I do teach, the comparisons are so great. that I said, okay, I have to put together a class that teaches both of them parallel so that our students could understand that oppression, of course, is not just in the United States, but oppression was something that was global, and not only global, but lasting into the 20th, like 21st century, right? Because apartheid didn't end until 90s. And so for students to understand that and to grasp that understanding is something that they need to learn so that we can foster, again, the cultural understanding of shared struggle. And so I thought that was very profound, just again, walking in that, because in the United States, we walk in the civil rights movement. There are all of these places where you can go and look at what happened, look at the struggle, look at how we've overcome. But for an American to go to Africa and actually see, to go to South Africa and actually be in that space and see and feel, it's a totally different thing. And so I just want to bring that to my students, and hopefully if I can find funding, take as many students as possible so that they can experience those things as well. And so that maybe globally we will never have to endure that type of oppression again.
In terms of for Tuskegee, and it's a great question, thank you for your responses. There are a lot of curriculum interventions, for example, in architecture and construction, building, sustainable housing. I'm the chair of languages, so about teaching indigenous languages. South Africa has 11 official languages. So what does that mean for our students? It's not just Spanish, French, Portuguese, but incorporating indigenous languages and opportunities for students to learn Xhosa or to learn Zulu. So, and then the business point, entrepreneurship, micro businesses. When you buy a bracelet, you're supporting a family. That's someone's full-time job selling what we're bargaining for. So for the intervention curriculum-wise on the US side, for the students to understand their global footprint, social work, building, agriculture, micro business. And then the cool thing about working with a company like Honeywell is they're vested in South Africa. So they're working with small businesses and giving us an opportunity to do things not only on the science side, but to see how small businesses in South Africa engage. And we also work with the US consulate in Johannesburg, and we did an AI workshop for startups. So for the students on both sides to see, AI is free, but if you don't know how to use it, you're missing out on a tool. So just things that our students may take for granted because they use ChatGPT to write their papers. Hello. That ChatGPT could help your small business expand, and letting both sides use these tools for their own personal and academic growth. Thank you.
What I'll add is one of the things that I have become more and more mindful of is how much scholarship and literature exists on the continent, even from an African-centered perspective. I've been involved in African-centered intellectual programs through NABSW. We have a whole curriculum where we have a year-long study program, and we had very few African scholars on our list. And so one of the things I'm more conscious of now is including African scholars and African scholarship on my syllabi, and making sure that there's more balance, because we're so arrogant as Americans, and unfortunately African Americans, we end up inheriting some of those kinds of things. And it didn't even click in my head until I started having all of these exchanges that there is a wealth of knowledge and information already written, on the continent, and much of what we've actually written probably is a rewrite of knowledge and information that already existed. And so that, Dr. Malik, I think has been something that I have found very important to do post my engagement and involvement in different initiatives on the continent.
Absolutely. So we have some comments online, but we have Professor Johnson with her hand raised online, and then we have an audience question.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, colleagues. It's really a pleasure to hear from all of you and to hear about the wonderful work that you're doing at your institutions. I have to say, in many respects, the smaller HBCUs just seem to be punching way beyond their weight in terms of, the programming that they do. I mean, of course, Morgan right here in our backyard, we do a lot of collaboration, so I'm not surprised about that. But even some of the smaller ones, it's just delightful to just see the work that you all are doing. I had a question with regards to if you have any information or data. I really appreciate it. I think it was Dr. Collier who gave the information on like international students at Tuskegee, which was really interesting. Do you have any data on, or even I'd be interested to hear anecdotally your sense of the changing demographics on your campuses? Because what we know nationally, right, is that now it's something like over 10% of African Americans, Black people living in the United States, are comprised of this new diaspora, if you will, right? So people who are African Americans, U.S. citizens, but whose parents perhaps immigrated from the continent, right? Recently, right? More recently, that's changing. I know at Howard, we're seeing a really interesting, shift. I mean, when I talk about our African languages and whatnot. Much of that is being fueled by what we call these heritage learners, right? So these are African Americans, but whose parents or even grandparents were born in Nigeria. They still have that much closer contact or connection with the continent. And we're seeing this across the board, right, at Howard. Unfortunately, Howard hasn't done any data on this because I think demographically we still just say, are you African American or are you Black or, whatever. But I really would be interested to hear or to understand on other HBCU campuses if you're seeing really this interesting, kind of demographic shift of more students. And you can see this, I mean, we observe this just anecdotally looking at people's last names, right? You just have, or even first names for that matter, right? So really kind of interesting. I'm curious to know like how that, if you see that, what are some of the dynamics or ways in which that's playing out on your campuses? And like what you all are anticipating, like what are the ways in which we can kind of galvanize or just really use, we're sitting here talking about how do we build Africa diaspora relations, but I really feel like, I mean, HBCUs are kind of like these little petri dishes, or this, this is where it's actually happening, is where we're having the old and new diaspora, if you will. That's, not a great acronyms to use, but coming together, right? So interested to hear your experiences with that on your own campuses.
We're a small university in the rural South, but we also partner with, for example, Tennessee State and Vanderbilt. So what you're describing is a very, for example, the Latinx community, students who will say, I'm just Black. I hate when they say that, but really they're Cuban, they're Jamaican, they are heritage speakers of Spanish, but they don't always present as, oh, I'm Cuban American. They present as, quote unquote, I'm just Black. So we're seeing a little bit of that in Tuskegee, but like, for example, at Vanderbilt and Tennessee State and Nashville, where you have a larger community of Latinx, or what we call Afro-Latinos, you will see people who are now saying, hey, wait a minute, I'm not, quote unquote, just Black. I also have a background from Cuba, or I speak Spanish. So we are not as nuanced to break that out with such a small international population as we have with my work at Tennessee State and Vanderbilt. That's a big topic of conversations, how to make sure that it's not just a quote unquote, I'm just Black.
Dr. Wilbon, are you responding, or I saw your screen light up?
Oh no, I don't. It's probably just because I was shaking my head or something. No, I'm fine. I don't have any real knowledge to share. I mostly work with doctoral students these days, and I've always I've always experienced that we have a good number of international students. Some are probably first generation, U.S. born. But I don't know that there is necessarily a shift in the dynamic at Morgan. Perhaps I'm not sure though.
No
Yeah,
problem.
at Xavier, we don't have the numbers, but there is somewhat of a shift, and I do see it in classes because I am, a professor in the classes and I teach, and so I always the get to know you, right? And at that first day of class, and we're getting to know each other, and students will surprisingly say, "Well, yeah, I'm Black, but my parents are from Nigeria," right? And so that right there just says, huh, it's a moment. And then when we start going into the history of African American history, and they're like, oh, we didn't know that, because again, that's where the connection is different. That is not necessarily their history. They're learning it as a, first generation born in America. That is now the history they're adapting to, but it's not particularly their history. So then when you compare it to, well, what is the history of your parents? And that's something is really interesting because a lot of those students don't necessarily talk to their parents about their parents' history in Africa. And so that right there is somewhat of a disconnect. And again, a larger conversation. And would be very interesting to even have a class, an ethnographical class with these students and see and trace their history. I did in some of my oral history classes have those where you have to talk to your grandparents, you have to talk and you have to find your history. And it's really interesting when I have those students, right? Because it's totally different than what we experience here. But there, again, no numbers, but I do see it.
Absolutely. We have a question from the audience. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for sharing your experiences. My name is Jose Jackson Maleti. I'm at Michigan State University. My question was about, so the topic was on academic diaspora diplomacy, and I want to get towards the diplomacy part. I was just wondering if you've seen any changes in perspectives of the students who have traveled with you in terms of the stereotypes that exist. We have these stereotypes amongst Africans, African Americans, African Caribbean folks, etc. So did you see in your travels any changes in these stereotypes that we carry with us? And by the end of the journey, maybe an aha moment that, oh, we're not that different. Those things that I heard about are actually not true. Anything like that?
Can I say this? This is one of the things, because I wanted to make sure that I put some stuff in place before I brought students to South Africa to try to eliminate that as a, from happening. And so we actually had some training sessions in advance of our trip to South Africa so that we could talk about some of those things, and so that I could make sure that those who were traveling with me understood that we're not going to teach South African social workers anything. We're going to learn, we're going to talk about our experiences, and then we're going to, collaborate. And so perhaps I prevented some of those things from naturally happening by intervening in advance, because I just didn't want that to be part of our story, that we went and we imposed our ideals and our values, and we had, also I wanted to make sure people were very open to learning. And I think that was I think on one hand, it was absolutely the right thing to do. On the flip side, it gives me no story, I guess, for the question, that is being answered, right? So, but it would have been interesting to see how much of that may have happened if we had not, did some advanced training and preparation to try to, alleviate those kinds of dynamics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dr. Collier is making an excellent point. Go ahead, Dr. Collier.
No, I was just going to say at an HBCU, our students are taught by Nigerians, Kenyans. My students were like, we're going to Mother Africa, and they know more about Africa through YouTube. They had seen movies. There's, I guess, some kind of Love is Blind Africa thing that they like. So my students, at least, now when I taught at a PWI, maybe I would be saying something differently, but for my students, their image of Africa was what they had seen through social media, and not some of the things maybe 20 years you might have thought. And most of them like Mother Africa, and I'm getting my hair braided in Africa. They just kind of felt like, and when we were there, they felt like they were home. I mean, everywhere they went, overwhelmingly, and I'm talking about HBCU Black American students, they just said, I feel like this is home. I want to come back. So nobody had any, yeah, thank you. Netflix, thank you. They were ready. They, you know, in fact, when they went to Cape Town, some of students were disappointed about Cape Town a few years ago. They said, this looks like Chicago or Miami. This is what my students said about Cape Town. And so this past year, I just went to Johannesburg because they really like Soweto. They felt like this is the real Africa, you know, whatever that might mean. But and it had more to do with the culture and the feeling and the look of the place, not any stereotypical thing that's a pejorative idea, but more of an aesthetic of what they expect. So thank you.
I just want to say that Netflix and Chris Brown have done more for diplomacy between African and African Americans than probably Marcus Garvey. And here's why. So the diaspora wars, right? We hear about them on Twitter. We hear about them on, you know, all over social media. And I happen to be at the center, or my city happened to be at the center of of a part of this diaspora war. I'm from the city of New Orleans, and we have a Zulu organization that has nothing to do with South African Zulu. So a social media personality posted this parade because it's doing Mardi Gras, right? And she saw this parade where they have these Black folks dressed up in blackface with coconuts and all kind of stuff that just doesn't make sense out of context. And online, there was this fierce debate between African Americans, and I want to be clear, like they said this is an African American parade, and I was like, no, they got nothing to do with African Americans. That's a New Orleans thing. You know what I'm saying? They got nothing to do with African Americans. That's Black New Orleanians. But in the midst of this debate between African Americans and South African Zulu, a member of another race jumped in the conversation, and without hesitation, they said, no, you stay out of this. This is a family conversation. And that's where we are as it relates to how social media and Netflix, and I say Chris Brown came to South Africa and brought, sold out the F&B Stadium twice, 90,000 seater twice. There were Black American women coming from the US by the airplane load to see Chris Brown. And they came here to see Chris Brown, but what they left with was a different experience, an idea, and a perception of the continent. So yes, Netflix, you know, Kings of Joburg and all of these kind of reality shows that they have now changed the perception of what, or it is helping to change the perception of what Africa is in the minds of African Americans. So, Dr. DeQueer?
I totally agree. I was just going to say my students, when they came and we did the tours, I think they were more shocked to see what was old downtown Johannesburg and the poverty all in that one space. So centralized in that one area, because we have poverty in the United States, but it's kind of spaced out, right? And so that you know was a little unsettling to them to see that. But other than that, they, you know, again, it was home. They felt like they were home. A lot of them too did not. They were like, wow, it's kind of different from what they expected in terms of how well people on the continent are doing in terms of economics, the beautiful restaurants and the beautiful shopping areas and those things as well. Because again, a lot of times you're fed the narrative that Africa is not economically sustainable and those different things. So to some of them, it was like, oh wow, it was an eye-opening experience. Again, we do have the Netflix and all of those things which continue to teach us, but there were some students that had, you know, questions.
We have Lulu online has a question. I think that says.
Okay. Yes. Hi, everyone. I don't know if everyone can hear me or see me. My name is Lynn. I am South African and I graduated fall of 23 from Grambling State University. I now own a company with my mom where we actually facilitate study abroad exchanges between African American HBCU and also community colleges to come to South Africa for cultural and academic exchanges. Last year, we brought a group from the Marcy Lab School in New York, and it consisted of predominantly software engineer Black students, Black and Brown students. And the number one conversation that came up a lot was, we hear a lot about the quote unquote negative history of Africa. We hear about, the apartheid regime, we hear about colonization. And from my perspective, South Africa in particular has got an extremely rich positive history. And it's something that we are working on in our company to try and expand on and continue to popularize compared to the struggle, the struggle history. I think that the perception of Africa in particular is that it started with the transatlantic slave trade and it started with colonization. But teaching the incredibly powerful and deep history of Africa is actually what we've seen has a much stronger and more lasting impact. My question to the panel is that, is there also a push to explore, deeper African history or to teach deeper African history that actually showcases how powerful the continent is and exploring the history way before, the colonization started? Thank you.
Absolutely. I would, again, absolutely. We have in the department that, we have at Xavier, the African American and Diaspora Studies Department, we have professors who teach Pan-Africanism. We have professors who teach several different aspects of Africa and the strength of the African continent. Even I'm an American historian with a concentration in African American and Latin American history, and I start off with the greatness of Africa. I think most people who are teaching African American history start off with the greatness of Africa and the continent itself, and then goes into all of the other stuff, right? But it's definite. I think it's one of the platforms that most people start with. It's the greatness of Africa. But I would love to, for instance, have an exchange where I could come, to South Africa and learn all of the other amazing histories that I'm not privy to. Because as an African Americanist or an American historian, I'm only learning that. I don't know anything of the African history because I'm not an Africanist. And even I believe as an Africanist learning African history in America, there's still could possibly be somewhat of a disconnect as opposed to learning it on the actual continent and being embracive of the culture and the impact and the positive stories. So I would love to learn more.
Yeah. What I would like to add is, and especially in social work, and I'm sure this is probably true in other disciplines as well, when people say they're doing something from an African-centered perspective, I do believe that the effort is always to make sure that whatever that knowledge and information is way beyond, our enslavement, and not to start with our enslavement, because I do believe that ultimately is the whole point of the, the push or the, if you will, towards the African-centered piece. And so that's why I'm always interested in if someone says it's a Black perspective versus an African-centered perspective, I do think that there is some distinctions. I do think that our history of enslavement and all of that is very important. And for me, that falls under a Black perspective. But when you talk about an African-centered perspective, then you go way beyond, that whole experience. And I do believe there are a lot of scholars that are trying to make sure that they do that. But I want to ditto what my colleague Charlene has mentioned, that there is still so much for us to learn. It's so difficult to unlearn and to relearn, hundreds of years of miseducation. And I do believe that is the phase that we find ourselves, in, and which is why these kind of opportunities are so important.
Okay, I just want to say this before we start taking questions from the audience. There are a lot of comments in the chat. Some of them are kind of old now because they've been addressed and they were just kind of like an amen to what was being said. But I do want to get to those. So I don't know whose hands went up first, but his hand just went up first just now. So we're going to.
Excuse me. Thank you, colleagues, for this fantastic conversation. My question is based on, sorry, my name is Munyaradzi Chatikobo. I'm a lecturer in the Wits School of Arts, a department called Cultural Policy and Management. And my question is prompted by, first of all, your presentations, but also my experience in class, where lately we have been faced with issues of our relations between our countries, topical relations between our countries. And I'll specify one of the topics which came up in our discussion about cultural and creative industries, where the president, the American Donald Trump, announced tariffs to protect the American cultural and creative industries from South Africa, amongst many other countries. My question is, when you engage with students on these academic exchanges, to what extent do they come with an understanding of current, contemporary debates, and how do you navigate the space in order for them to see their role in leveraging research to smoothen relationships between our different countries? I hope my question is clear. Thank you.
I would say teaching in the age of Donald Trump, and especially at a HBCU, our students are already hyper knowledgeable about all of the things that's happening, because we are looking to make sure that we don't digress, that we want to continue to progress, right? And so I think our students are very in tune to what is going on. But it's really interesting because being on a HBCU campus, you can talk about things in ways that you, particularly in some areas, cannot mention them, right? So you cannot go and talk about certain policies, that Trump and the Republican government and all those things are happening on certain PWI campuses. But when you're in a cultural space that is African or African American space, it's easier to present those things and have our students think about the diplomacy and how that they can impact and change those things later on. What movements can they start, social media or however, to bring knowledge to what is happening for others? And so I think being on the HBCU campus is totally different from particular those PWI campuses, and our students get it more and they come a little bit more informed.
Just to put a little perspective on that, because all HBCUs are different. There's no one. We're in the rural Alabama, and also we're a STEM agriculture, not so much on the humanities as much as some of the other schools. So the students have to be prepared and said, hey, look, you're a cultural ambassador. You're an ambassador for Tuskegee. You're an ambassador for your family. And give reading lists, do the pre-work like Dr. Rhonda Wilburn has said. Dr. Charlene is coming from a historical point of view. So a history major, a humanities, a social science major may have a little bit more insight than maybe an engineering or a business student on our campus, just to be frank. So we really try to help them level up before they go and they're reading and have conversations. At least one of the things that I do every day, we have a conversation, just the Tuskegee people. What did you learn today? What was your challenge? What are you noticing? Because a lot of times I come from an engineering background. I went to Georgia Tech before I got my PhD in literature. I wasn't always reading about these things. I was worried about doing the homework and getting the projects done. So our scientists, our STEM students, they have to have some of that training that comes automatically for humanists and social scientists. The reading the room, reading the culture, watching what's going on. And then also, we are in Alabama, so it is a very red state. And even though we're at an HBCU, we know we got to be careful too. So it really does depend if you're in a big city, if you're in Baltimore, if you're in small town Alabama, state school, private school. Everybody has to be aware of their cultural and political context for their particular HBCU. And the students don't always have the same sense that we do of those nuances. So we help them and we talk about it, reflect, and reflect. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah. Xavier's in New Orleans. We're urban. So, and most people think that New Orleans is one of the most Africanist place, in the US, right? And so it's totally different. It is totally different in terms of New Orleans and Louisiana being so active in so many different levels and engaging in so many movements, even, before Plessy and all those other things, right? And so it's different. But I think more in New Orleans, we are very vocal. And yeah, it's probably just the New Orleans, Louisiana spirit. But yeah.
Doc, New Orleans and Louisiana, two separate things.
Well, I'm an I-10 girl. I grew up in Lafayette, I live in Baton Rouge, and I work in New Orleans. So I say a Louisiana thing because I have the spirit wherever I go. So
I got you, Doc. But brother man.
Thank you very much. This is actually very refreshing to listen to. I think you have definitely opened my eyes to a lot of the issues that I've been in many ways very concerned about and wishing we could do better. My name is Leps Maleti, and I'm at Michigan State University in the Department of Kinesiology. One of the things that I've been trying to work on is ways in which we can interface research, collaborations as part of the diplomacy between Africa and the US, because that's where I'm based. And in fact, I'm thinking more of Pan-Africanism from the point of view of the entire African continent, the United States, and other parts of the world where you find the African diaspora. So I have discovered that as part of the biggest challenge we have is connecting our research in specific disciplines between the United States and Africa as a part of the bridging the gap, knowledge gap in terms of African-American, African cultures and knowledge systems. And I really like what Rhonda Wilburn said earlier on, that there's need to relearn. There's also need to kind of reposition ourselves in terms of understanding. So I think I'm phrasing this as a question, but also as a comment on some of the ways in which we can continue the conversation of engaging in certain disciplines, for instance, reducing health disparities, which is one of the things I'm interested in, where we connect students from HBCUs, students from PWIs, and African students in work, in research that actually is focused on reducing disparities, increasing knowledge, understanding, and also bridging knowledge gaps in a number of disciplines. But more importantly, ensuring that we can relearn and reposition knowledge systems that speak to all of us in the spirit of the civil rights movement, as well as the Pan-Africanism, which we know have fed off of each other over time. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to say, I think the key to all of that is really centered around history. And I think the more that people who don't know understand the contributions that African people have made to all of the various disciplines, because to me, that's so key and so important. So even though in engineering and the STEMs, and you just mentioned kinesiology, sir, even though in those disciplines, you don't naturally have these political conversations, if you will, but you can always introduce African knowledge and African information, because there are Africans, at the foundation of probably every single discipline we could imagine in terms of from a historical perspective. So I do think that there are still always some unique opportunities to be able to make sure we infuse that knowledge and information in just from a historical perspective in terms of what our contributions have been, as a people. And I guess that's what would be my answer to that question / comment.
You just have to be intentional, Dr. Rhonda. You know, for those other disciplines where it's not built into the curriculum, they can go 4 years and not take a language class, have very little social science. So then it has to be intentional on the part of the departments, the faculty, and all thinking along those same lines, how to impact student education, which is really key with why study abroad is, and these exchanges are so important, so that all the different students have this exposure to another context. And so thank you all. Good questions.
Absolutely. We are pushing up on 2 minutes before our next session, but there was one question that was asked a long time ago in the chat, and I think it's important that we give the panelists an opportunity to respond to it. So it says, thank you all for your work and comments today. Question: what space place is there for students and faculty not attending an HB, attending or teaching at an HBCU to plug in and help generate momentum for deeper and stronger relationships between HBCUs and universities in Africa? Is there any chance of campuses like yours serving as hubs for students from the diaspora, not at HBCUs, to connect through?
Yeah, I think that's a wonderful question. Last year, I think last year when we came to Wits, initially we wanted to just focus on social work students from HBCUs. But what we discovered was, and this is probably very true for other disciplines, often the Black students with the money are at white institutions, so they could afford to pay, you know, in a 60-day notice, whereas perhaps your HBCU students you know, didn't have the funding. And so we ended up expanding it and not just being Black students from HBCUs. And so I do think that there are a lot of opportunities for us to collaborate more HBCUs with white institutions in terms of bringing Black students together. And I think students may naturally do some of those kinds of collaborations themselves anyway. And I do think that in just regional areas, perhaps, because I know here in Maryland, we often collaborate with the University of Maryland and other white institutions, and which also ends up, you know, giving us opportunities to have more exposure with Black students on white campuses. But I think that's a great comment, a great question. And I do think it's something that we should be more intentional, Dr. Collier, as you were saying, more intentional about making sure that we do build stronger relationships so that Black students on those campuses also have similar experiences and exposure.
I want to thank our panelists, Dr. Professor Rhonda Wilbon, Wells Wilbon, Professor Rhonda Collier, and Professor Charlene Senegal DeQuer for participating. You guys were a wealth of knowledge. We thank you so much. I look forward to seeing all three of you guys again very soon. And yeah, thank you. And Dr. Senegal, I think that's I don't know if that was a student or your son in the background.
My son.
All right. Tell him I said hello. So coming up next, we have the next panel will be kind of centered similarly around the diaspora. What is the name of this panel? Strengthening the role of universities and strengthening Africa-diaspora relations. And the moderator will be Professor Jose Jackson Malete, who is the co-director of the Alliance for African Partnerships at Michigan State University. And she will take it from here.
Thank you very much, colleagues. So the name is Jose Jackson Malete, and I'm the co-director for the Alliance for African Partnership, and I'm at Michigan State University. Okay, so I can see it here. So our session today is the role of universities in strengthening African diaspora relations. It's really an honor for me to welcome everyone here today. it's a pity that we were not all in the room together. It really would have made this like 100% from my perspective. It's always great to be with people in the room. I mean, I know it's a pre-COVID thing, but something that I still like. But so really thank you to Wits University for bringing us together anyway for this topic and for this conference, and to really focus in on the role of universities in this whole African diaspora relations. So the relationship between Africa and its diaspora is both historic and dynamic. It's rooted in centuries of resilience, exchange, and shared identity, but also charged with new urgency in the present moment. So we go back a bit in history where the African Union has recognized the African diaspora, that is people of African descent living outside of the continent who are committed to contributing to Africa's development. And the African Union has recognized this group as its 6th region. And this is really very powerful because we know that the African diaspora not only is an intellectual powerhouse, but also from a financial perspective. I don't know how many of you have been listening to the news of how much money is actually inflowing from the diaspora to the African continent. In 2024, this was about US $92 million, which is much more than what USAID, Swedish CEDA, all of the different development agencies combined together, what they are providing to the continent. And in fact, we now know that there's going to be different taxes and so on this inflows, this remittances. So it's a powerful group, and we really need to be looking more, studying this group and working together as universities. So people of African descent are really pushing forward new agendas for equity, innovation, and global solidarity. And universities are really at the center of this. We're not just centers of knowledge, but also engines of transformation. We educate future leaders, we convene dialogues, drive research agendas, and create the space where narratives are shaped and reshaped. So we do have a responsibility, and I might add an opportunity, to act as bridges between the continent and the diaspora, fostering mutual learning, advancing collaborative scholarship, and helping to heal the wounds of history through shared futures. And we just heard from the previous panel of how important and powerful the students' experiences have been. So today we're going to explore how we can better harness the potential of these academic partnerships to deepen these connections. And I believe our panelists will speak a bit about curriculum, maybe mobility, innovation, joint research, etc., and reflect on how these efforts can be sustainable, equitable, and transformative. Our distinguished panelists include, I'm not sure if I'm seeing Alex, but Professor Alex Otieno, Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences and Associate Professor of Sociology at Arcadia University. Okay, I think he's there, yes. And Miss Elizabeth Glenn, the chairperson of the U.S. Africa Collaborative, Inc. Dr. Courtney Griffin, Director of Admissions and Recruitment at Tuskegee University, and Professor Krista Johnson, Director for the Center for African Studies at Howard University. Welcome to all of you. As we begin, I invite our audience, both virtually and in person here at Wits University, to engage, and we'll have an opportunity to ask questions at the end. I'm going to give each speaker, I'm usually a tough moderator, guys, so each speaker will have about 10 minutes to share their contributions to the topic. At the end, we'll have some time as well for Q&A. So thank you, and let's begin. And we'll begin with Prof. Otieno, who's going to share his contributions.
Thank you very much, Professor Jackson Malete. I also want to thank Dr. Malik and Dr. Wekesa for organizing the event, and also offer specific thanks to Ambassador Stith for the inspiring keynote earlier on. Allow me to begin by a basic reflexive statement about my work and how it's informed. So I'm a Kenyan by birth and have been living in the United States of America for 29 years now. I came here as part of what was an exchange program, hoping to be here for a year. The year has now turned into 29 years, going on 30. And I've spent most of that time at universities. I previously worked in the nonprofit sector, but was keenly involved with universities as well. My statements today are going to be informed by the work of Zeleza, Kiampong, and Musa from 2011, 2012, as well as Peter Manson, who has advocated for developing equal, mutually beneficial partnerships with African universities, especially looking at European universities and Africa. I think that applies to universities in the US as well. As far as my commitments go, I'm focused on Pan-Africanism and notions of hope and joy, looking at the role of universities in promoting peace, human rights, and freedom. Specifically, I come from a commitment of finding pathways to knowledge sharing and exchange. A little bit about my background in working with universities between Africa and the US. I serve as a senior fellow at the Lauder Institute of Management and International Studies, which is part of Wharton School of Business. And through that effort, I bring students to Kenya, South Africa. I've taken students to Nigeria, Ivory Coast, Senegal, as well as Tanzania. All of those efforts have been predicated on developing relationships with the universities on the continent, ranging from UCAD in Senegal to the National University of Cote d'Ivoire in Ivory Coast to University of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, as well as University of Nairobi and Strathmore University, as well as United States International University in Kenya. In South Africa, I've collaborated with Wits a little bit, University of Pretoria, especially the Gordon Institute of Business Science, pardon me, as well as University of Cape Town and Stellenbosch University. All these dynamics have shown me, the relationships have shown me that sometimes our relationships are unequal. The US and the West tends to have a lot more sway in determining the dynamics, relationships, the operationalization of what is to be. And as a result of seeing that, I've sought to find spaces of creating equal relationships, as well as exploring ways to make our students reflect more deeply about the nature of those unequal relationships. They've also opened up possibility for exploring Africa and the study of the US, which our conveners have shown us how that can be done well. So in my current iteration, my focus, I just returned from Kenya this past Friday, and I've taken students there. We interacted with politicians, with government leaders, as well as people in the NGO space, exploring democracy and development. And that opened up the possibilities of having deeper relationships, both predicated on individual relationships between me and faculty and of universities in Kenya, as well as relationships with the NGOs, including the private enterprises, such as the one that Lulu Ntuli just talked about, Empira's Global Academy, that those are spaces where we can leverage the role of private enterprise or the role of NGOs to bring together universities or optimize the work that universities do with one another. The components, I want to focus on a couple of areas where we can further discuss later on. The critical role of connections and collaborations, how those come into being, whether they are driven by an individual, historical relationships. My relationships with Kenya, for instance, are different from my relationships with with South Africa. In South Africa, I visit as an outsider. I've developed relationships there, but they're not sort of predicated on my growing up there. They're predicated on my showing up as an adult. And then strategic decisions around actions to be pursued. What are the areas where we want to optimize our relationships, be it through curricula, student exchanges, faculty exchanges, and what drives those? Is it finances? Is it our notions of where the future is looking promising? Or is it our institutional commitments? And then finally, really listening to African university partners on priorities to be pursued. How might we optimize that? In all of those areas, I think that conscientiousness and a commitment to Pan-Africanism and equality would serve us well. I know the previous speakers have talked about the various diasporas that exist, the diaspora of the first generation immigrants, the diasporas of historical people who are forcibly brought to the descendants of people who are forcibly brought to the US or other parts of the world who are of African descent, as well as more recent migrants like myself or those who've come to the US or other countries after in the recent past. Those notions of identity and belonging can also inform and influence the way we craft our relationships between the relationships between the universities we work in or are part of. Then there are networks, both that exist, those that exist, and those that are being created, and the policies that exist in particular countries regarding how relationships can be formulated and how they can be pursued in the future. And then finally, going back to this idea of inequality and mutuality, how might we develop mutual relationships that foster the growth and development of both universities in the US and universities on the continent? I think there's a lot of potential here that could be explored, both from a human rights perspective, from the role of NGOs, from the role of scholarship, as well as the role of training. How might we train each other well? Curricular development has been a particular area for me in terms of creating courses as well as excursions for students that provide space for reflection. Now, how this plays out in the other direction, it seems like all my relationships have been one way, the US going on to the continent as opposed to the continent coming to the US. So one of the areas I'm trying to explore is how might we broaden that relationship so that it's one where the flow isn't one directional, but it's actually bi-directional. I'll stop my comments there and hope that we can have a conversation when others are presented. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Otieno. I'm going to ask Miss Elizabeth Glenn to follow up with her contributions.
I am so happy that you asked me to follow up from Dr. Otieno. So I'm the chair of the U.S. African Collaborative, which is basically a dynamic brain trust think tank and a bunch of collaborators, conspirators, and intentional disruptors. I come from a practitioner background in housing and human settlements and retired from the Baltimore County Department of Planning, working on affordable housing, community development, public services, homeless services. And and throughout my career, I've seen a constant disconnect between practitioners and academics and scholars and educators and students. We are just operating in our own silos, and there's a lot of richness that happens between our two worlds. And then when you throw in the regulators, the government officials, and then our partners and allies, the nonprofit organizations, we are moving about the business of building and maintaining our societies without really collaborating, conspiring, and being intentional about our strategies and how we build the next generation of influencers, not just on Snapchat, IG, Facebook, and Instagram, and TikTok, but really in building more sustainable, resilient communities. The U.S. Africa Collaborative grew out of a partnership of practitioners and scholars from South Africa. We just finished hosting our third Pan-African City Symposium and Exposition, where despite the geopolitical challenges, we had at least 20 people that came from South Africa. We had someone from Pakistan, someone from Nigeria, and someone from Haiti, Mexico, and as well as other parts of the diaspora, where we spent, first of all, wonderful afternoons in forums together, dealing with such tough issues as reconciliation and unification. amongst the diaspora and Africa. We talked about issues around women's leadership, particularly out of the African diaspora and the continent of Africa, where cross-cultural issues and challenges often make those conversations difficult. But we were fortunate to be able to have those conversations. This is because we've been building trusting relationships over the past 15 years. Our organization is relatively new. Our relationships, however, are built on long time discussions around building better communities. We have a publishing partner, Frontiers Media, which publishes our research. So we have basically a research center where we have 3 years worth of research that we've gathered on sustainability, resilience, equity, human settlements, AI, culture. And we focused on building these smart villages and recently launched the Center for Excellence for Sustainable Smart Villages and Human Settlements. We launched the Women's Leadership Forum, which builds on the premise that women lead. And this is a collaboration of women scholars, students, seasoned professionals, practitioners, government officials, all working together to break down silos to share the best of what we know, so that we're not staying in our own lanes. We're actually veering out and crossing intergenerational and multidisciplinary and intersectional exchanges. We've built this center so that it's not just a research center, but it also has a development capacity, so that we're able to take some of this best and brilliant research that we're gathering from scholars and students, primarily from South Africa, but from other countries as well, around the business of developing design thinking around human-centered communities and places where we live. The importance of connecting our universities to practitioners and government officials is so that the universities are grounded in what they really must do. It's wonderful to be able to discuss theory, but if that theory and research is not grounded and based on real world implementation and dealing with the policy and spatial issues that we are all dealing with, from local jurisdictions to national governments, where geopolitics can have great influence on the work that we do. We've learned three very important words: pivot, adapt, and grace. And where it's a struggle, I'll tell you as a practitioner, is trying to bring scholars and universities into these conversations, because they tend to be used to being in their own spaces. And so I see the importance of university to university connections. But if we're not connecting our students and our faculty to the folks who are making it happen, to the folks who are making the world go, then we're not preparing our students properly. And this is why when they come out of your fine institutions, they're having a hard time figuring out how to make their way in the world. So a lot of grandmas like me, not that I do have anybody in my basement, but there's a lot of grandmas and moms that got kids in their basements with very expensive degrees that come from fine institutions. So I invite you all to partner with us, be a part of this collaborative. That's exciting. We're going to be in South Africa next year, last week of June. We're trying to figure out which city is going to host us, which university is going to host us. I figure it's going to be a consortium and collaboration between South African universities, practitioners, and government. And I invite you all to join and be a part of it, where we can make some trouble. We can be intentional about disrupting this society that has been formed by so many geopolitical boundaries that it is a shame that we haven't figured out how to circumvent them and create our own world. Right now, the African diaspora is worth about 2.3 to 3.5 trillion GDP every year. Why aren't we harnessing it? And as universities and practitioners, we have a responsibility to build the world we want. And as for Africa, I'll say this: it's the alpha and the omega. It's the past and it's the future. And us of African descent, no matter which part of the rainbow we belong to, we need to be reconciling with each other and unifying, and put aside all of these things that we use to divide us. I'm this class, I'm that class, I'm this community, I'm that community. You know what? Tribes are getting us in trouble. We need to belong to one tribe, the tribe of the human race. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for that very enlightening contribution. I'm going to move right ahead to Courtney Griffin of Tuskegee University.
Kind of helps if you take the mute off. How's everyone doing? Again, I am Courtney Griffin, Director of Admissions and Recruitment here at my beloved alma mater, Tuskegee University. I just wanted to share a little bit about the role Tuskegee University has played in strengthening the African diaspora relations. The most important thing for Tuskegee is that we are a premier historically Black college and institution. We are ranked #3 in the nation, #1 in Alabama, and for centuries, we have played a crucial role in fostering ties between Africa and its diaspora. From our founder, Booker T. Washington, and his contemporary belief of educating the hand, heart, and the hand. We are now a contemporary educational, cultural, and developmental institution. We have played a central role in the Pan-African Network. And today I just want to dive a little bit into the historical legacy, the contribution to African education and development, and how we work to reinforce the African diaspora solidarity. So again, our relationship with the continent of Africa has been shaped and shared for the history of displacement, the history of struggle, and the history of cultural resilience. Institutions like Tuskegee have served bridges across the Atlantic, thus fostering intellectual exchange and developmental cooperation. We were founded in 1881. Some say Booker T. Washington was our founder. He was our first principal. But regardless, the intent of our institution was to exemplify the power of education. We were committed to uniting and empowering communities of African descent. And then a lot of times when we talk about Tuskegee, of course, I am over the admissions department, so we do tours all the time. But when I say, and I'm probably aging myself when I say the word FUBU, because Tuskegee was built for you, by you, meaning that at the onset of the institution, Booker T. Washington was committed again to the hands part. So a lot of our students at that first opening of Tuskegee, they were brick masons. They were makers of hands, of construction. And so now we're doing engineers and doctors and lawyers and Indian chiefs, right? But we were the center at the time for industrial and vocational education. We had a philosophy of self-resilience, and he wanted to uplift and resonate deeply with the African leaders during these colonial and post-colonial periods. We became a beacon for Pan-African ideals. Washington, the good thing about him is that he had all of these connections in DC and the North. So he and his associates continued to have these engaging opportunities to translate and correspond missions to and from Africa. His influence extended by also letting us have the Booker T. Washington Institute in Liberia. That was in 1929, and we're almost 100 years later, right, at 2029. But this was modeled after Tuskegee, and the institutions and others like it. We just relic in the role of shaping the African educational systems and leadership models. We've had several instances of technical assistance in aid development. Again, it's extended beyond the philosophy into practical assistance. Throughout the 20th century, universities have sent agricultural, veterinary. We are the leading producer of African Americans in the field of veterinary medicine. And I have a slide about that in just a second. And engineering experts to assist African development projects. These missions and opportunities offer a partnership for the US government agencies through the African states, transferred vital knowledge and skills to emerging African economies. The legacy of George Washington Carver, as you see here, who was not the inventor of the sweet potato, which many people like to say. He was the work of the social, excuse me, somebody knocked on my door. He was doing the work for the sweet potato, the work for the peanut. So it's interesting when we're on the road, a lot of students say, George Washington Carver invented the peanut or the sweet potato. No, he didn't. He was great, but he invented uses thereof. His museum sits on our campus today. His work in research for the university allowed him to become a renowned scientist. This symbolized the innovation of sustainable agriculture and inspired many African American agricultural development programs that are still relevant today. We're one of, I think, 19 universities deemed as a land-grant university because of all of the work with the agriculture. And again, we're able to share this work and all of the things we've developed for the advancement of agriculture with the African community. Additionally, we have historically welcomed African students, providing a space for cross-cultural exchange and intellectual collaboration. I cannot begin to tell you how important this is for our university. I think Dr. Collier is on the phone and she was in the session before. We had an opportunity to visit South Africa in May. It was my first time and all of our students' first time, but when the cute shirts we made. When I tell you that our students really embraced this opportunity, but what was so amazing, Dr. Collier was able to present the program so that students from South Africa were able to come here for a week, and then we were able to go there for a week. So that is the best exchange that we can have, is that they're learning from us, we're learning together, and then they're able to present things in the realm of STEM to be able to enhance the African community. We also facilitate additional study abroad programs and institutional partnerships with African universities like Wits, and thus enhancing mutual understanding for joint research initiatives. And I think this is the best way that we can move forward and continue to build that African diaspora through American universities, especially our HBCUs, because as we've mentioned, the culture is just so welcoming for our students because we look alike and we want to make sure that we are advancing all of our people at this time. Again, these exchanges foster long relationships and networks that strengthen the diaspora in education, entrepreneurship, and public service. So we're really proud to have those moments for our students and to be able to share those with our fellow universities across the water. The next thing that Tuskegee does really well is we played a pivotal role in linking African American civil rights movement with African decolonization. Our faculty and students engage in advocacy and awareness campaigns, again, that promote the solidarity between the African liberation movements and the fight for racial justice in the United States. So, and again, this is a picture of recent, I think it was a few years ago, we brought somebody from the Community Planning and Design Initiative of Africa to talk to our architecture students. We have the Robert R. Taylor School of Architecture here on our campus. So this is an opportunity for us to take one of our premier programs to engage with someone from the African community so that we can again, learn from each other and how we can continue to help advance our people. And then the last thing is the contemporary partnerships and global engagement. In the 21st century, Tuskegee University has continued to promote the African diaspora relations through global education programs, international conferences, and partnerships with African institutions. I am looking forward to coming back to Wits, so just let me know when we're ready. The university, if they could give me a job, I'd work part-time, right? Climate change, STEM education, and food security are really awesome. Interesting, quick story, I hope Wits doesn't kick me off. My son was here, I have a 16-year-old. I have a 16-year-old son that participated in a food insecurity workshop here on campus last week, where we talked about engaging with other countries and helping them with their food insecurity issues that are often caused by poverty. So even at the young age of 16, Tuskegee is providing opportunities for middle school and high school students to talk about building relationships across the globe. Again, that's really important as we continue to move and advocate for the relationships of the African diaspora. Again, through our engagement with the African Union and other multilateral initiatives, Tuskegee reinforces its commitment to Black solidarity and development. And this is a picture, I actually found this the other day doing some research. Last year, I didn't even know, we had this delegation from Ethiopia come and speak and engage and learn with our students in our College of Veterinary Medicine program. Again, this feeds directly into these contemporary partnerships where we talk about health, climate change, the agricultural advancements, and other STEM education opportunities. In conclusion, Tuskegee's historical and contemporary roles in strengthening African diaspora relations demonstrate the enduring power of education, of cultural exchange, and a shared vision. We are rooted in the struggle and triumphs of the African descended people. We continue to serve as a vital bridge connecting the diaspora with the African continent. And our contributions not only honor the legacy of pioneers like Booker T. Washington and George Washington Carver, but we also shape the future of the Pan-African cooperation and empowerment. Again, this photo, learned this in my research preparing for this. We are home, a permanent home to the impressive library of African Studies manuscripts collected by the late Dr. James Anthony Pritchett. He is a premier scholar in the African diaspora, and his library, his entire library, I believe it's over 1,400 publications, is housed here in our Legacy Museum. So we are, again, truly committed to making sure that we continue this collaboration for Pan-Africa cooperation and empowerment. And that is it for me.
Thank you very much, Courtney. So we move on now to our final panelist, Krista.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jackson Malete, and of course to Dr. El Malik and Dr. Wekesa for organizing again. Thank you, and good to be with this cohort. Really appreciate actually all of the insights that my fellow panelists have already shared, and hopefully I'll probably pick up on a couple of those. I felt myself going in different directions. As like Dr. Otieno, I'm an academic, so part of me wants to share my academic research in this field. And then like Dr. Griffin, I really appreciate the Tuskegee people came prepared. They have their PowerPoint presentations. They are like on point, and really appreciate all of the knowledge that, and even institutional knowledge that they're really sharing there. So appreciate all of that. I'm going to try and be brief in terms of my interventions. I did want to just kind of maybe talk a bit about the broader context, right, of the role of universities in strengthening Africa and diaspora relations. So in 2020, a UNESCO report was published on knowledge-driven actions, and it talked about essentially the state of higher education in the world. So obviously, and I'm going to get back to this point, just really, honing in on what is the role of higher education? Higher education is society's premier marketplace of ideas and knowledge production, and plays a pivotal role in educating democratic citizens and promoting and safeguarding democratic governance. And universities, though, also serve a utilitarian purpose, right, of producing quality human capital and innovation for national economies to be globally competitive. So Dr. Otieno, kind of raised some of these issues, and as did actually, I think Ms. Glenn as well, but really kind of, as you were speaking, I was thinking about how, we think about, historically or kind of intellectually, we refer to a social contract, that the university has a social contract with society. And I think we need to kind of rethink what that means, or what is the nature of that social contract in our contemporary context. But just to go back to the UNESCO report, so the 2020 data shows that tertiary enrollment ratio for sub-Saharan African countries was 9%, against a world average of about 40%. And when we look at high-income countries, their enrollment in higher education rises to 79%. So the African continent has tertiary enrollment levels of about 9%. So the data shows that on the continent, or this is 2020, it's about just under 15 million tertiary students in 2020, and they represented only 6.6% of the global total of students studying in higher education at that time. So we can contrast that or compare that or put that, position that next to what we know is the population, the massive population boom, right, or bubble that is emerging or that is taking place already on the African continent, to understand that that data is not going to jive, not only for the African continent, but really for the world as a whole, right? That you have so little opportunities for higher education on the continent, which is going to actually house a significant percentage of the world's population in just a matter of decades. We also know there's significant human capital deficiencies at many African universities, physical facilities, deficiencies in teaching infrastructure, and quality of graduates. So, we're also living, as others have mentioned, in a new reality or a new world where which requires digital skills. Someone mentioned AI, and a free resource, but you have to know how to use it. And there has to be, now we're in an era of lifelong learning, right? Where students need to have content knowledge of their disciplines, but they need to develop a mindset and habits of thought that enable them to continually learn, right? Jobs change so fast these days. Content quickly becomes obsolete in terms of what they're learning. And so universities as well need to position themselves and understand these new dynamics in which we're dealing. I would also I won't highlight that because I'm going to run out of time. Let me make a couple of points, and then I want to get to it was my real point, but I figured you guys don't want to hear an academic go on. So I'll just make a couple of practical points. Number one, many people have mentioned there's already actually a number of partnerships and programs and initiatives that American universities do on the African continent, right? Some of those need to be scaled up, and they also need to be innovated. We need to be thinking about new models for partnerships and learning frameworks, and I'll get back to that. So there's scale up, but it also needs to be coordinated, right? We have siloed partnerships and programs now. The impact is oftentimes dispersed. Even when we think about, for example, a program like Fulbright, right? And you have, individual faculty who go and they, kind of contribute to a particular department or a particular university and then come back, which is all well and good, but we need to start thinking about how do we kind of multiply the impact of those individual partnerships and relationships, even individual institutional partnerships and relationships, so that we magnify the impact of these. So, inter-institutional collaborations, broad consortia, I think are the ways in which we need to kind of start thinking about these partnerships in different ways. We also tend to, and colleagues have spoken a bit about this, we've tended to focus on like partnerships of, say, joint degree programs and or co-curricular development and design and those kinds of things. All well and good. I'm a supporter of that, but I think we also do need to recognize that this kind of focus on curricular design and education is deeply embedded in our are existing in educational structures and institutional structures. They reflect society's prevailing dynamics, which don't always get us to where it is that we need to go. We need to kind of relearn and rethink, for example, how we're connected with the environment and with the planet. What we know, Africa is impacted by climate change more than perhaps most other regions of the world, right? So it's not good enough to simply say, we're going to do environmental studies with, now the University of Witwatersrand or Nairobi or whatever. We need to rethink how we're doing environmental studies. We need to have new concepts and new frames of understanding human beings as social beings, as ecological beings that are going to benefit not just, of course, the populations on the African continent, but of course of the world. So building transformative competencies in that way, I think is very, very important. There's a need to move more towards transdisciplinarity in education. Others have mentioned this as well, right? It's not just STEM and then social sciences over here and humanities over here, right? We have to be more purposeful and more intentional about our integration of all of those fields. And some of us can point to, of course, examples where that's exactly what we're doing, and we see the benefits of those. I don't want to go into all of those now, but finally, or not finally, but another point is to align with continental agendas and to build transformative and impactful knowledge. The African Union has put out a commitment to train 100,000 African PhDs in 10 years. They're going to need universities. I've already just explained, even in terms of just looking at the institutions, there are not the institutions on the African continent to meet that demand, right? So thinking about how we partner to address some of those needs. There's the SDGs, AU Agenda 2063. American universities and institutions need to be open to epistemic dialogue and integrating other ways of knowing. As I said, it's not just, curriculum development, co-curricular development of the same kinds of, kind of disciplinary approaches that have, existed in the American Academy for decades and decades. There needs to be new, innovative approaches that need to be addressed. Let me finally then get to what I was going to kind of get to, which was just, again, I think that, and this is maybe more intellectual, I think we, taking the topic at hand seriously, universities are thought leaders, right? And it's very important for us to actually take that role seriously, right? So we have a tendency now, as I was talking about before, we have this kind of anti-intellectualism in the United States that's, kind of milling around. We have a kind of, and this has happened not just, we can look to Trump, but this has actually happened long before him and it will exist long after him. We have a kind of a shift towards more utilitarian, kind of, and market-based approaches to higher education, right? Where, we kind of are simply there to provide, skills for certain things. I would encourage us as well to step back and to take our role as thought leaders seriously. And one area where we especially have, I think, an important role to play is in defining, or how we define Africa, the diaspora, and African diaspora relations. This already emerged even in the conversations that we had today. People say, I think it was Professor Otieno, he was talking about his relations in Kenya, how those differ from the relations in South Africa. If we confine ourselves, and it has been historically the role of intellectuals to expand those boundaries of how we define and constitute Africa, not simply in geographic or in temporal or other terms, or the diaspora for that matter, right? And again, here, if I had more time, I would give you all the history, almost like Dr. Griffin did, of Howard University and the preeminent scholars that were based at Howard University who decades ago, beginning at the turn of really the 20th century, right, were formative in constructing and articulating. At that time, they didn't use the concept diaspora, but they were talking about Pan-Africanism, right, at that time, which was an expansive definition of Pan-Africanism. As somebody else on this panel also identified, way back then, there was already a connection, a strong connection and an understanding made between racial inequality in the United States and colonialism and imperialism abroad. Those two oppressions, systems of oppressions, could not be divorced. And it was academics, both in the diaspora, and again, I mean, this is colonial Africa that I'm talking about at this time, right? So you had diaspora academics in the metropole cities of Europe, but then also in the segregated HBCUs here in the United States, who are really the only ones who are articulating these broad concepts and understandings of diaspora and Pan-Africanism. And also concepts and understandings of Pan-Africanism, which were not simply political projects. Of course, what we saw was the emergence of Pan-Africanism and the kind of usurping of Pan-Africanism as a political ideology and agenda, which served the purposes of African elites. But that wasn't what intellectuals envisioned, right? So again, I encourage us as African diasporan intellectuals to pick up some of these debates and kind of larger mantras and take our role seriously as intellectual and societal thought leaders on these issues. Or if we don't, we run the risk of having our agendas, having the diaspora, having remittances, these relationships that we all see are very important. We're very important agents in global affairs now, right? We run the danger of that being usurped for a variety of political agendas, either here in the United States or by African elites on the African continent. I will end my remarks there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Krista. Colleagues, well, we have officially 1 minute, but I'm going to use my chairing role and steal about maybe 5 to 10 minutes from the next session, because I think I can see a reason why we can steal a few minutes. And if that's okay with the organizers, I'm going to open the floor for questions. So I see one question there, two in the hall. I don't know about the questions online. Somebody's going to have to help me with those. But let's start here in the back. I saw your hand first. Go ahead. Please introduce yourself really quickly and a short, brief question, please.
Okay, my name is Bob Wekesa. I'm director of the African Center for the Study of the U.S. I missed the action or being in action in the morning for reasons that I'll explain later. So, Jose, I was actually giving you a thumbs up that you can steal some time. I don't have a question at this point. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. So I think then our actual question was here.
Fantastic. Thank you. It's Robin Whittaker again from Africa Voices Dialogue. And I really want to invite and ask this panel if they could share a little bit from each of what you have already shared. What I'm really hearing is this understanding that I think the global future is emanating out of Africa, and it's not emanating because we have a youth demographic that's huge. It's not emanating because we have resources, minerals, human capability. It's emanating because fundamentally there's a different understanding of how we approach our systems. And there's a real willingness to think about what does humanity and humanizing force and ways of being look like, and how do we practice it not as a counterpoint, but as a definitive alternative to how the systems of modernity work. So really thinking about what does love, care, belonging look as a systems practice, as a way of choosing to be in the world, and a way of choosing to run everything that we do, as opposed to what we really are so often on the receiving end of, which is the way that the world works is actually around fear, control, anxiety. And we're sitting at a point in time when those kinds of systems are being completely unmasked, and the consequences of working that way are fully apparent. And this is the moment to step into working in a different way.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to take 2 more questions and then we'll have to split it up amongst the panelists. Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Pumzile. I'm a Wits postgraduate student and a media professional at the same time. My question is around the current political climate in the US and the attitude that the US administration has towards Africa. I see there's been a pattern. I mean, I remember when the current president of the US took his first term, he had an attitude towards South Africa. I remember calling Africa with, I don't want to say the name, but it starts with an S. And
We know it.
And all these stunts and science fiction around South Africa committing genocide and all of that. So, which he has done in both terms. And it is clear that Africans are not really welcome by the American administration. And I know universities are not for the current administration's attitude. But I would like to know, how does one navigate those situations, being an African? And I remember a few days ago, I was talking to one of the academics about how the immigration now in the States has come with a new stance where they kind of gently advise you to study online and leave the US, like literally, which is something that really shocked me, but not really shocked me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to have Krista, perhaps if you could answer, Krista and Alex. Could you answer the last question on the political climate in the US and immigration and all those issues? That last question, perhaps, please.
Thank you. I think, the row that the Trump administration has kind of fueled with South Africa, it is actually a good example, right? Because now we have this kind of revisionist history. I talked before about kind of anti-intellectuals, but it's also this kind of ahistorical and kind of anti-historical intellectualism as well that's kind of emerging, right? And again, all the more reason why I think, as I said, what universities do so well is to put people in dialogue, right? To put to build epistemic communities where and the diaspora is so diverse. We are not going to agree on all issues, right? We have very different interests in some respects. But when you have built epistemic communities and partnerships and collaborations, which are based on kind of mutual understanding and trust, then we can agree and we can agree to disagree, right? So I think the challenge, of course, that we're living in, but I don't want to say it's a temporary thing, but the challenge, of course, that Trump kind of presents is that he's kind of creating a completely alternative history there. But all the more reason why, and all the more reason why it's important for academics, for academic institutions to have their voice and to make sure that they come out into the public sphere to utilize their voice in those instances. I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Alex.
Yeah, I just want to echo Krista's point that universities are a crucial place for resisting and rejecting this kind of simplistic and unsubstantiated claims about Africa. It gives an opportunity. The networks we have, the relationships we have, for instance, the work of the Center for the Study of America, US, can play a role there. The existing relationships between folks who are on this call and other relationships can help counter the message that Trump and others may send about Africa. And then if we go back in history, we can learn that this is nothing new, that this has been part of the history of racism and sort of demonization of Africa. So there's an opportunity for us to actually kind of mobilize and use this as a moment to further build bridges and build into the future.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. And perhaps we can have Elizabeth and Courtney, if you could answer the first question that came around. I think it was something around global futures, different understanding of how we think about systems, fair control anxiety versus belonging. I'm not sure if I have all of the different points, but perhaps you two could answer that one so that we move a little faster.
Those conversations are critical right now, and it's important for us to have, especially the conversations around welcoming and belonging, especially with all of the misinformation, infotainment, intentional whitewashing of history, and a general darkening of what Africa really means. We have young African Americans who think Africa is one country and not understanding that it's 54 countries plus territories. We are doing a poor job of countering the rhetoric and the whitewashing of our history. We're not teaching our inventions, we're teaching slavery. We're not teaching the greatness of the continent and what scientific discoveries were there before the Europeans claimed them. We're not teaching that. And so part of what I think is important for us to do in terms of uniting the diaspora is first building the education so that young people know the truth. And academic institutions have a great role in that, but we also need to get out of the institutions and get into the community, because it's not just enough that intellectuals gather this information. We've got to go into the classrooms, into the hood, into the libraries, into the communities, into the places where people hang out, to the chat rooms, the coffee shops. We need to get to where the people are, and we need to teach them that their Black is beautiful, and that their Black is driving the future of this planet. No question.
Thank you so much. Courtney?
I have to agree wholeheartedly. So again, my journey to Africa in May, I found myself in tears. And this is just my own story. Like, it has nothing to do with Tuskegee, but in my own story, I was so embarrassed for myself because I fell into what everyone has taught me, right? What I've seen, and I don't do the Netflix stuff, but I'm just talking about as a child growing up, everything that I thought about Africa was dispelled, right? And I was just like, dang, like, we went to Cape Town. I was like, I know Africa is surrounded by water, but I never thought there was a beach. There's not a beach in Africa. Why would there be a beach, right? It was just amazing. The culture, every time you meet someone and they're like, welcome home. Just the things that I learned, the beauty of the country, the culture. I seriously came back and was like, I'm moving to Africa. And again, my 16-year-old, you know how they are. I probably talk about Africa every day. And last week he was like, Mom, can you please stop? Like, it's really, we've had enough. And I was like, no, until you understand, until I can get you there yourself, I'm going to continue to go against everything that your predominantly white Catholic school teaches you about Africa in that little paragraph or page that they talk about Africa. Like, that is not what was displayed. And I felt so embarrassed. And I think I'm pretty smart. PhD, 5 degrees, surely you're smart. Like, I was just really embarrassed for myself. And so again, and I was talking to Dr. Collier, I teach the presidential scholars here at Tuskegee during the fall and the spring. And I was like, my entire lesson plan changed around what are we doing? And here I am like, oh, let's explore careers. And I was like, no, let's get into the root of who we are and delve into that, those conversations. So I just think that you just have to be intentional about what we're sharing with our students. Again, and you can't rely on the books. His summer reading list, everything he's reading now is Black. I don't care what the teacher said. He's reading that 50 essays book. All of his 50 essays are Booker T. Washington and James Baldwin. He's reading The Other Westmore. I was like, now the teachers sent a book home for them to read, but those are not the books we chose. We chose something else because for me, it was important for us to do the cultural learning. And sometimes, unfortunately, as parents, we have to go back, and as educators, we have to go back and make sure we're giving that to them, because we cannot rely on the system. We just can't. So again, we have to be intentional across the board in our homes, in our schools, and in our work about how we're projecting our true culture.
Colleagues, I wish we had more time. There are a lot of comments online. I hope we have a chance to look at those comments, but we will need to end it here because we will be really going into the next session. So I want to thank you all. This was very enlightening, very great session. I really like the ideas I like the disruptor ideas and making sure that we stick to the university's role as a thought leader, as an intellectual powerhouse. I like the idea also of the whole Pan-Africanism history of Tuskegee University. We got quite a bit of the history there, but really bringing the university and society together is kind of like the take home for me, and making sure that we continue to educate, even though we have all these other things that are happening at the moment. We must still educate our African Americans, our Black people, to make sure that they understand their history. So thank you very much, colleagues. Our panelists, you were excellent. Wish we had more time, but we need to move on. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
All righty, how's everybody? Is everybody hanging in there, y'all? Fading slowly as I am. So we have one more, let me see. We have one more session today. It is harnessing diaspora professionals for Africa's development. The Historic African Diaspora Placement Program, HADIP initiative, and the presenter is Barasu Daiwara. I apologize, Doctor, I'm sure I just butchered your name. So please correct me when you get online, and I will put the mic down and we'll hear from our speaker and presenter.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, excellent. No, you pronounced my name correctly. You got it. It's written in French, but the pronunciation is correct. Thank you again for the opportunity to share an initiative in which we are working as a couple of partners and institutions, Pan-African, but also some others based in the US, which we call in an acronym HADIP. From ACBF, which is the African Capacity Building Foundation, the African Union Specialized Agency for Capacity Building, the African Union representative or the mission in the US, the African Union department in charge of the diaspora called SIDO, the African American Institute, the International Association for Voluntary Efforts, Del Rive, and IPET, which is an education institution based in the US. So together, of course, we've come together to put the HADIP, which is the new initiative with ongoing discussions, but we thought it's important really to share with this audience, which is actually a very high level, diverse, but also full with wisdom, so that you know what we are doing, how far we've gone with this initiative, and if there is any interest to join us, we are happy because this is a coalition that we are building. And if there are also very good ideas that we would want to share, we're also happy to really take them into account as we move with the initiative. So the diaspora, just around the background, recognized as the 6th region by the African Union, but also for the past couple of years or the decade until 2024, we had the decade of for the people of African descent, which is again an opportunity to recognize what the diaspora is doing in terms of culture, economics, education, you name it. We thought it's really important to connect the diaspora, and here we are paying a particular attention to the African American. I think in the last session, which just ended, I think the key message was actually to educate the African Americans. So that is really the novelty or the keyword that we've been using for this initiative. What we want to do is really to have them commit through this partnership to not only solve socioeconomic issues, but also benefits culture-wise. So that is really the background with which we are coming. So the main objective here for the initiative is to increase the professional connection, deepen cross-cultural understanding, but more importantly, actually provide an opportunity for the African American to contribute to Africa's socioeconomic transformation. And we are looking this at 4 levels, which are the key specific objective. The first one is around identification, recruitment, and the placement, which include having a secretariat. That is the first component of the program. The second component is around actually doing the matching, knowing the skills which are available and what are the interests or the demand from the African countries. How we do the matching through a dedicated platform. The third component actually go deeper into the institutional capacity building for the different institutions which are actually dealing with diaspora issues, or those who are actually interested in receiving African American. How do we help them further build their institution? And the last but not the least, the fourth component, which is actually to create cultural and tourism initiative that will help to actually build the connection. This to happen, we have gone through a number of specific activities for each of the components. Around component 1, this is mainly around the setting up and the identification of the diaspora professionals. Secretariat will be established, and the scope study will also be done. A number of roadshows are also being organized, and there will be a strong partnership with the HBCUs And we are actually discussing with some of them. And from the African side, we are also partnering with a number of institutions, including the AAU, which is the Association of African Universities. Having a database, I think that will be an important activity under this component. Around component 2 is on the matching of the talent, actually, so that the requests from the African states or the member states are actually being matched with the interests of the diaspora professionals. And this is actually being done based on the interests of the countries, looking at what are the priority in terms of development. We call them the clusters for each of the countries, working together either with the association or looking at the country level, what are the different work sites when it comes to opportunities and development challenges. So that is actually a number of activities, and it's under this component that we are actually putting together a dedicated platform. It's work in progress, and we hope by end of this month it'll be actually functional. Around the third component here is on the institutional strengthening, and the number of key activities are around having for the different institutions to have the right policies, the processes in the targeted countries. There will also work around communication and collaboration, but also investing in staff development. Just to name a few of them. In the last component, which is on the cultural and technological transfer immersion, here it's around mainly training to make sure that the African American are well prepared before leaving the US for African countries. And once on the continent is also to organize a number of activities that will help them actually get culturally aware, educated, you know, on what is happening on the continent and depending on where they are located, you know, across Africa. In terms of approaches, we are starting with the pilot phase, and we really want to look at 3 key important aspects. The first one is African member states are actually going to express interest because we feel it's really important just to work on a demand-driven initiative. So it means that countries which actually request are actually being served. And the second important dimension is to look at the 2-track, means the placement will be done for short term from 6 months to 1 year. And the second track is actually go beyond 1 year. And the target is within the 3 years to have around 3,000 professionals by the end of the pilot phase. The next slide actually just summarize what do we, if you look at this as the program or as the project, what are the key outcome and output we are looking at. In terms of outcome, each of the component is linked to a very clear outcome. The first one is around making sure that the African American professionals are identified. The second one is we've actually managed to do a matching of the talent to the development need of the different countries. The third one is for the institutions which are actually involved to have their organizational capacity enhanced. And the last one is an increased understanding of, you know, cultural issues and evidence of technological transfer within the different countries. Now it's going to the much more specific. So here is putting numbers to the different component. For example, so I won't go be on the detail for each of them. We are looking to have a secretariat, and right now ACBF is serving as the secretariat because as ACBF, we are actually coordinating the work of HADIP from this side. In terms of numbers, we are also looking at to have a very database which is comprehensive that actually capture, the requests, but also the professionals who are part of the program. Around outcome 2, we are looking at training around 150 African workers, at least in 5 priority development clusters. And around outcome 3, here we are looking at, for example, having staff development session in host countries. And in outcome 4, we are looking, for example, at a number of homestay organized, but also volunteering happening at the local level. This session is actually making sure that whatever we are doing is actually properly captured or documented, and numbers are actually put together to make sure that at the end of the program we have key indicators or data that shows how the program has evolved and what we've achieved in terms of results. So definitely we are taking advantage of ACBF existing systems and processes, but also the number of tools and instruments we have that we are using in other projects, which will also serve for this particular program. My last slide is around the key priorities for 2025. The number of activities ongoing, a number of partnerships being established to make sure that the program actually kicks off. And we are really counting much around the collaborative partnership within the continent. As you've seen it, already the program is being co-implemented and sponsored by Pan-African organizations like the CEDAW, which is at the African Union Commission, ACBF ourselves as a Pan-African organization in charge of capacity building. So we are really building on those, and we have signed already a memorandum of understanding with the AAU, the Association of African Universities. And we are in discussion with also from the US side with some of HBCUs. And in the coming weeks, definitely we should actually finalize the partnership we are actually working on. A key priority is on the resource mobilization strategies, as is always the case. So that is the elephant in the room. A strategy is in place. It's being implemented with a number of partners we are looking for in terms of mobilizing resources. The online platform I was talking about, by end of this month, it should be final. And there are quite a number of knowledge sharing events we are planning. A symposium is happening in September with the different partners we are in discussion, and should be able to really pull that event, among others, to disseminate further and let people know about the program. So this is what I wanted to share. My name is Barasu Jawara. I'm a senior knowledge management specialist from the African Capacity Building Foundation. Mr. Chair, thank you for giving me the time and the opportunity to present the HADIP program. Over to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. Are there any questions from the members present or any question online? I do have a brief question. So I've identified like three components of the diaspora: the rooted diaspora, those of us who are descendants of the transatlantic slavery or slave trade; the recent diaspora, those who are first and second generation Americans. And when I say diaspora, I'm referring to the African American diaspora. We're a study of the U.S. And the third is the returning diaspora. And you mentioned in your presentation about preparing African Americans to do work on the continent, to come to the continent. Can you speak a little bit more on that, as well as how are you doing anything to help prepare the continent for the return of what could be a significant number of African Americans?
Yeah, sure. No, thanks. Actually, as I said, this particular program focus on the African American as its pilot phase. Definitely, because the diaspora is, as you highlight, those three components of the diaspora. We were not able to really focus on all of them because we really want to have result and start with, a particular component of the diaspora, which are usually part of the different program and project we see that are actually linking Africa to the continent. Because what we've noticed is usually, you call it the recent diaspora, those who left the continent, went to the US and still have some roots with the continent are usually the one much more interested. But recently, the colleagues who are actually in the US, after interacting a lot with the African American, they usually see the interest, but there is no such an opportunity to bring them actually to work around issues on the continent. So that's really where this initiative actually came from, talking to the African American who are there. So really that is the genesis of the project and why the focus on this. So how it is done definitely is around interest. That is the key word, and demand. So those African American who are actually interested in working in the particular country will be matched with the needs of a country depending on the area. And that's how they are actually brought to the continent, definitely with the support of the country which has expressed need. There'll be a little bit of nominal contribution to bring that African American to that particular country to work on a particular area, be it education or medicine or engineers. So that's how actually we are doing the prioritization and bring them to work on the continent. So that is really the essence and the approach we are using.
Absolutely, thank you. There was a question.
Thank you very much. Barasu, I think this is a really noble thing, and I think 150 professionals from the diaspora coming into Africa is not a huge number. I think this is noble in terms of targeting specific industries, areas of economic development that may have a shortage of professionals. One big question I have for you is if you can say a little bit more about the institutional capacity building, what the HADIP is going to be doing, especially the ACBF in terms of strengthening institutions to ensure that not only are they able to attract, but they are able also to retain these professionals. That's the first question. The other question is also related to the one about institutional capacity building, is on what you call an ecosystems approach in the continent. One of the things that I have seen, I come from Botswana, and I've seen my country train doctors across the United States, Europe, and elsewhere who come back and then go back, leave the country because they return to wherever they were trained to go back to Ireland or US hospital system or health systems because they feel frustrated. I would not like to see that kind of thing happening. I think the continent needs professionals who can come and stay and invest their time and families in the continent the same way that Africans have done going into Europe and United States. So I think ACBF and the Hadid project, for it to succeed, it needs to look at the systems approach, the ecosystem, and its capacity to retain these individuals. So I just want to say that it's a noble program, but I think I would like to hear more in terms of its capacity to sustain itself and make sure that it can keep people in the continent. And also thinking about investment, are they individuals who may be helping to develop health systems like they have been doing in Ghana? And how can that be done to ensure that it actually is sustainable? Thank you.
Bob. Okay, so we take that one, and then we have Bob and another question in the back.
Right. I think my question is around the fact that quite a good number of these initiatives have, at least at country level, have floundered. They emerge with lots of, celebration, fanfare. They are launched in big time. And of course, I'm talking here generally at the national levels. So my question then is, have you looked at the models that emerge from Israel? Because we are told Jews do extremely well in terms of investing back in the motherland. Indians, the Chinese. I think for those who do diaspora studies, these are the demographics that have been praised for putting money where their mouths are. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Yes, again, Chief Meredith from Bakalova Kingdom. I'd like to share a couple of programs that I had promoted to accomplish some of the things that we're talking about in terms of the skill sets of the African diaspora coming this way. The other large opportunity is in the high net worth individuals in the various industries, from sports, entertainment, finance, etc. The particular programs that I had created were to help the ambassadors from African countries who are situated in the United States. Two examples in particular, the Kenyan General Counsel in Los Angeles and the Ethiopian General Counsel in Los Angeles before they shut down that consulate. So what I had proposed to them were skills exchanges on two different levels. One was professional skills exchange, and one example of that is I come out of the entertainment industry. I was director of marketing at Motown Records and editor-in-chief of a number of music publications. So I have friends who are professionals in those arenas. So one example is a lighting professional from Hollywood. He came both to South Africa, Nigeria, and Kenya to do lighting workshops. And same thing for sound engineers, film sound people. One of the things that I noticed in Africa in general was that the TV film producers do not master the audio before they go to print, which is a weakness. So the lighting expert did these. He came here first. Then I think it was the people from MultiChoice went with him to Kenya to do the lighting workshop there. I had invited the Kenya Film Commission. And so after it was over, the film commission guy called me like, hey, that was great. Can you find some other professionals in camera work and set design, et cetera? So what I was proposing to the General Counsel for Kenya was that we conduct two types of exchanges. One was on the professional level. So we'll have a number of experts from different capacities in entertainment. And you identify, say, 5 or 10 of them. And in Kenya, you identify 5 or 10 of their counterparts. The other level was at the youth level, meaning identifying 5 Kenyan music producers, 5 fashion designers, 5 game developers, TV film producers, and folks in the AI, blockchain, VR space, and identify their counterparts in Kenya. And then they collaborate on creating products, creating something specific. As I mentioned with our educational paradigm, which is product-oriented learning, all learning should result in a product or service to be sold, which makes it concrete and practical. So these are projects, exchange projects, where you identify a handful of youth in one place, I find compatible counterparts in the other country, and you guys collaborate, but with the objective of creating specific commercial projects. So those two types of activities on the professional level and on the up and coming level that is targeted at Gen Zs, I found powerful. Thank you.
Absolutely. We give the doctor a moment to respond to those 3 statements, or?
Yeah, sure. No, I think it shows that there are quite a number of initiatives on the continent. I like the intervention of the king, especially sharing those specific initiatives at the professional level for, but as well as for the young people on the specific area of the filming industry. I think this is quite helpful. I don't know if it's still ongoing and it's something that we could replicate probably in other countries. I think that will be very, very helpful. We're happy to work on that and see how we could really bring it to other countries. I'm sure there is a lot of interest. For the first intervention, yeah, about the big question. So I responded in 2 ways. I think the initiative specifically to this one, the HADIP, which I think on purpose has targeted the African American for a good reason. And the institutional strengthening, which is part of this particular program, is looking at 2 levels. At the country level, definitely that touch a little bit on the ecosystem you were mentioning, is to look at institutions which are actually hosting the African American, to help them in terms of processes, procedures, human capacity management, based on actually the diaspora professional that they are hosting. The other level is to actually look at institutions which are actually in charge of the diaspora. How do we help them better, manage the diaspora, or better manage the different programs they have? So that is actually the way we are looking at. So now the ecosystem you are talking about, I think it even goes beyond this particular project, and that is the day-to-day work of ACBF around different programs that we are running. And given our link with the African Union Commission, it's something that we are pushing for to make sure that any comprehensive program or project that we are putting together or we are supporting the African Union with actually try to really sort out the ecosystem issue, because it's the ecosystem that determine actually how the different actors work in the particular environment. So that is, I think, a very well noted comment. Now, when it comes to retaining talent, attracting and retaining, especially for the diaspora, of course, it's a difficult challenge. For this particular HADIP program, I think the intention is not really to retain them. You know, it's on the voluntary basis. What we want is really for them to come to African countries to add value and support the socioeconomic transformation. Of course, if in the process of having these professional placement, the country managed to convince them because of the environment, because of, you know, the joy they have in working with African countries and supporting they stay, I think that would be an added value. But I think at the beginning, the intention is not really to retain them. But in the bigger picture, definitely, retaining talent within the continent is still, you know, an issue which we are grappling with and which we are actually dealing with on the daily basis, especially around the different programs we are putting together, being it, you know, the education-related programs. So it's quite an issue that we are looking at as ACBF. For the second speaker, around the country level, you know, issues, especially looking at the model from Israel. We did not look at the model from Israel, definitely. It's something that we are happy to look at and see how we can learn from. The discussion just were based on the different African American that our colleagues in the US interacted with, and they've seen really a lot of interest and a lot of demand around it. But definitely, you know, learning from the Indian, the Israeli, and the Chinese case will help further strengthen this program. Mr. Chair, I think these are the responses or comments over the comments I received, which were actually excellent comments. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much. We have one more. This will be the last comment. Question, you sure?
Is there anybody else?
No. Nope.
Thank you. Barasa, it's Robin Whitaker. I actually just wanted to say, have you been looking at and showcasing some of the success where these kinds of placements or repatriations or choice-based movements have happened? So, you know, I'm so aware actually one of our team members relocated from Los Angeles to Ghana last year, and it's absolutely amazing just looking at her when she was in the States, meeting with her online, what she looked like, how she came across, how she felt. And the moment she steps foot on Ghanaian soil, she completely transformed how she felt, what her life felt like to her. And she is making, alongside a number of other diaspora contacts and people who are cited in government in Ghana, some of the most profound transformative impacts on the country. Working with their education system, working with their implementation of AI they bring the biggest AI program in Africa into Ghana, 70,000 schools that they're rolling out an AI program in education with. Somalia, Mohammed Osman is the advisor to the president of Somalia, looking at their entire transformation of the Somalian experience. Just some incredible success stories around what happens when you really bridge these skill sets, and it's not out of pity or out of desperation or out of fear, it's out of a real commitment to the success of the continent.
Give. Okay. All righty. Well, thank you guys so much for hanging in there, boy. It's been a day, and we really appreciate you guys joining us for our first day of the Africa U.S. Universities Conference Network Conference. I will be bringing up Dr. Bob Wekesa, who is the director of the African Center for the Study of the United States, to give some instructions on what to expect tomorrow, as there will be no water again on campus, or water pressure will be low. So look forward to seeing you guys again tomorrow. Dr. Wekesa.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the last speaker as well for that case study. I will have a look at it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barroso. A round of applause, and perhaps an even bigger round of applause for our moderator, super moderator of the day, master of ceremony. I hope you are carrying the bag doesn't mean leaving. We're just warming up. And colleagues, first of all, great gratitude for your making time to be here, either physically or online. I think I owe everybody an apology, because I and my colleagues reached out to many of you individually, sometimes through calls, sometimes extremely late or extremely early over the last couple of months. And yet I was a no-show in the morning. So I'm certain colleagues will have been like, where's Bob Wekesa? It is very uncharacteristic of the director of a center not to show up. And the quick explanation is that I had some kind of health scare. I'll not go into the details, but it's something to do with our lifestyle. Lifestyles that we are not managing well. I think they talked of something to do with high blood pressure and high levels of sugar and things like those. And I was basically feeling a little dizzy. I had to be hospitalized. Thank God our university here has good health facilities. I was able to actually recover and come back for the afternoon session. And so it is almost like an apology, but also an explanation. I think sometimes this is when you learn those words, the phrases that you need to take care of your health can be very important. When it hits you or hammers you, then you feel the hit. Having said that, I think Dr. Asad has alluded to something that has also happened coincidentally. I think colleagues right here in the room that many of whom have traveled from, say, the US or elsewhere might be wondering, where are the hosts? The Wits people are very few in this room. Some of them, in fact, I can see them online. What happened is that we have a water company that runs Joburg. It's called Joburg Water, or Johannesburg Water. Basically, it's the city of Johannesburg water service provider for the entire city. From last evening, they commenced on maintenance, is what they called it. But I think they hadn't anticipated that this maintenance of their systems, their pipings and water towers and water conveyance and so forth, will actually cause low pressure on the water. So we do not have water on campus. We do not have water in the entire city, as it were. And this is not the first time. So South Africa and Joburg are also not immune to some of the problems that we encounter in the rest of the continent. This has had a big negative impact on our conference, but we are soldiering on. And for that reason, In fact, the dinner we are supposed to have is also not on the cards anymore because the service provider has no water, and they do not want to handle, that. So in the circumstances, we are suggesting, and this is lobbying colleagues, that we actually go fully online tomorrow because we've been filled in that they are working extremely hard to have the city, the entire city, come back to a proper water servicing level. And also, unfortunately, I think our university is one of the excellent universities on the continent. It has been referred to as the Harvard of Africa. I don't know if that is the right way of stating things, but we do not have backup in terms of water everywhere, including in our facilities here. So in view of the fact that many Wits colleagues decided to leave, there's been quite a lot of communication to that effect. And the fact that our participants here have held tight through the afternoon without having to use washrooms, which is very critical, makes it quite impossible. And therefore, we want to advise that we go fully online, and we shall advise on how we go around that. And in fact, what we'll do then is provide proper communication via email tonight, so that you are aware tomorrow. And during the day tomorrow, we've been told the water might be back. That will allow us to actually come back for Thursday. But let's play it by ear. If we still have a water problem by Wednesday evening, it will mean some of us will have to meet physically elsewhere. Some of us are in hotels where there's water backup, or you made other arrangements. So I think that is to dispense with that matter. Unfortunate as it is, I think we have to try and be safe. Now, in the morning, in the mornings, US time, afternoon, South African time, when the program began, I ought to have been around to actually share on some of the conference objectives. I don't think this is the time to regurgitate that. It is at the end of the day, and we are all ready to take a rest and come back energized tomorrow. But suffice it to say that essentially, we are looking to grow this Africa-US Universities Network. So in fact, come with your critiques, of course, constructive critique. Join us in the Africa-US University Network, which is a network that, as you heard earlier, was started by ourselves, University of Southern California, Howard University, and George Washington University. The African institutes and centers there. But we are very keen to expand this and to move towards formalization. And any ideas, any connections, any networks that you bring on board will help us achieve that. In fact, some of the discussions I was able to listen to inform what will have been the conference objectives, joint research. In fact, we want to treat the presentations during this conference as part of some form of research. We've already negotiated with our Wits Press for publication of the conference proceedings, which conference proceedings will then lead to eventually book chapters, special journal issues, and so forth. Joint teaching, joint academic work, everything from visiting professorship to joint development of curriculum, be they very formal curriculums or teaching notes, anything like that, I think those will be on hand. As we move towards next year's conference, which we want to lobby to host again, we'll be careful where we place it, just in case Joburg Water does a quick one on us. We might want to just go to a hotel, for example. We want to host that next year, but we want to actually launch the team that is going to see us through to July or June 2026, immediately after this conference. In fact, as part of the agenda of this conference. And then after that, we'll be happy to say, look, we cannot be just the ones hosting the conference year in, year out. Maybe MSU, I can see Michigan State University might want to say, look, we are raising our hands here to say we want to host. Maybe on another occasion, some other institution elsewhere on the continent. I think there was mention of Association of African Universities. There's Africa Research Universities Association, which is based in Accra, Ghana. We might want to host and so forth. But the intention really is to use this convening as an opportunity to achieve those goals of joint research, joint teaching, student exchange in practical terms. And you know, we can muddle through, we can win some, lose some, but at least get things moving. I think with those few remarks then, I would like to say we stand closed for today, and I want to wish you a good rest. We will communicate on the online modalities for tomorrow. Apologies again for not showing up earlier in the day, but I hope you understand. And thank you very much.